Okay, excellent. Okay, good evening. This is the November 15, 2022 regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission of New Canaan, Connecticut. Lynn, if you can explain how you're going to run this hybrid meeting, please.
Sure. This is a hybrid meeting. There's people in attendance both in the room and online. When it comes time for public comment, we're going to take comment from those in the room first and then those online. If you're online and you're not a member of the commission, your video should be off, please.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Let's start with the roll call. John Goodwin, I'm here. Ken Turner.
Here.
Dick Ward.
Here.
Dan Redmond.
Here.
John Chris.
Here.
Claire Tiscornia.
Here.
Krista Nielsen's not here yet. Arthur Cassavant.
Here.
John Engel.
Here.
Chris Herring.
Here.
Paul Connect.
Here.
Okay, super. Mr. Herring, you are seated until Ms. Nielsen arrives, okay? As I said, before we started the meeting, we will not be opening Hill Street tonight. We expect to open it at is it December 13, Lynn? Right, December 13 meeting. There was a notice issue with the neighbors. We also on the agenda tonight is 51 Main Street. We will not be discussing 51 Main Street tonight. And also on the agenda is 58 Old Studio Road. That application has been withdrawn. So we're going to start with regular meeting, pre-application discussion for 112 Main Street. Who's here to present, please? Yes, sir. Kindly go to the podium.
I'm Craig Nassy. We are waiting on our architect who's downstairs. He had a glitch with his laptop, so we have the PowerPoint in there. So I'm just waiting on him to walk in any second here.
Okay. So do we expect him imminently?
He should be in any few minutes now. If you want me to sit and wait for 4 or 5 minutes or.
Sure, why don't we do that? Okay, let us know when he arrives. We'll then go into the public hearing. 58 Old Studio Road, as I mentioned, has been withdrawn. 127 Middle Ridge, upon application, Michael Sosai, authorization for George and Susan Anuskowitz, owners for a special permit of sections 34C6 to allow the proposed garage is less than 150 feet from the setback in the 2-acre zone. Who's here to present, please? Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Mike Sochi, here to speak for George and Sue about a 2-car detached 1.5-story garage. The purpose of this garage is to house 2 vehicles and to take George's mom's personal items out of the garage of the house and put them in the upstairs storage so that they can house their vehicles and get them out of the driveway. This garage is there's no intention for an apartment above it. It is strictly for storage upstairs. There is a reserve behind the garage, which is for the existing house. There was a permit that was applied for by the state that you must do reserve for your septic system. The power that's there is going to be minimal for our garage openers and some basic lighting, which will probably be done by solar panels. The owners have no intention of, bringing water in there. When I spoke to the health department, that there will be no water brought into the barn or power from the existing residence. It is strictly for 2 cars and personal storage from the residents.
Okay, questions for the applicant?
Sure.
I'm sorry, this is for the commissioners. We'll give the public an opportunity.
Question on the septic system that's on the plan on the application. You've got the location of the garage within the setbacks, adjacent to the driveway, but it looks like there's a proposed septic system going in that's kind of.
There's no proposed, that is a reserve that was applied for the house. When the house was purchased, when George and Sue purchased the house, there did an addition, the state required them to do a reserve. That is a reserve for the existing septic.
Both the tank and that additional field is just reserve.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Anybody else?
Have you talked to any of your neighbors?
Well, we sent a letter out to all the neighbors with telephone numbers of George and mine, and no one has reached out to us. There was the first meeting that we applied for, and it was a miss up in the times, which I apologize for. It was a one from 6 to 7, or 7 to 6, I should say. So no neighbors have contacted. I don't know if any neighbors have contacted you, George, in regards to the garage.
They have called in relationship.
Sir, kindly step to the podium, please, and give us your name.
We did have two neighbors call in relationship to why they received the registered letter. They didn't understand the purpose of it because they didn't receive the letter. It was at the post office. But other than that, we explained to them what we were doing. They didn't seem to have any problems at the time, but they did reach out to us, two of the neighbors.
Anybody else?
I think Lynn's gonna need his name.
Well, you're the applicant. What's your name?
George Dennis,
State your name,
yes.
please. Anybody
State
else?
your name.
He did. Anybody else?
Well, just if I may, on the garage is less than 150 from the lot line, how far? What is the allowance you're asking for?
Well, the problem is it's a corner lot, so it literally has 2 front yards. So we can't get the garage behind the line of the house due to the existing septic being in the backyard and a patio and everything else. I believe it was 85 feet is what they said. So the garage has to be behind that, and it's the only way that we can't get it back there.
So what's the difference between the 85 feet and what you're able to do?
The 85 feet is to the house, so the garage is going to be within that. It was on the Patrick, when he did the survey, I think he wrote in 85 feet was to the back of, to the front of the garage. I'm not sure exactly.
Be good to understand what that distance is, what you're asking for in that.
I don't have the application in front of me right now, but I believe it was 80, to be past 85 feet, so it just wouldn't fit into the 150. We couldn't get the garage to be behind the side of the house. So I don't, go up. That's not very good. So the back of the garage is 55 feet. It's 10 feet from the 45-foot setback to the back of the garage. So it would be another 28 feet past that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, sir. Would anybody from the public? Yes, sir. Kindly step to the podium.
I never received I live at 136 Middle Ridge. I'm right across the street. My name's Robert LaCalzi. We've been away and recently got back, so I never really saw the certified letter. But I did have a few concerns because that is a pretty busy corner. I live directly across the street. My house is set back, but it's very open. And I've lived in 136 since 1998, so it's been about 24 years. And, you know, throughout Hoyt Farm, since I've been there for so long, it's all 2-acre zoning. And for the most part, most of the garages are 2-car garages. I know that, you know, they have a 3-car garage. I think the setback rules are there for a reason. And I know the school bus picks up the children right at that corner. I know from past experience with my kids, they're all adults now, but when they were young, there's a lot of traffic. And I just think that the setback rules are there for a reason. I've never seen more than a 3-car garage in Hoyt Farm, or for that matter, in 2-acre zoning. And, you know, for our own reasons, for my own reasons, I just, you know, from the architectural point to the sightline point, I'm not so sure it's a great idea, and I oppose it. And, you know, it's nothing personal against our neighbors. I've never spoken to them. I don't know them. But, I do have my concerns for the need to put that structure so close to the road.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public like to address this application? Okay, this application's closed.
John.
Oh.
My name is Gabriel Sherinian. My wife Antoinette and I.
Sir,
live
kindly
at
give us your address too, please.
120 Middle Ridge.
Sir, can you kindly give us your address too, please?
Excuse me,
Your address, please.
120 Middle Ridge.
120 Middle Ridge Road. Our house is directly across the street from George and Sue Anushkevich house at 127 Middle Ridge Road. We are opposed to the permit for the garage plans that George and Sue have filed with the Planning and Zoning Committee for the following reasons. First, the proposed structure is in violation of existing property setbacks by a significant margin of over 70 feet from Middle Ridge Road and 88 feet from Hoyt Farm Road. The current setback from the road has been established at 150 feet. The applicants are seeking a variance for more than half the required amount of the setback, which we find to be rather egregious. Setbacks have been established for a reason: to ensure a delicate balance of architecture, harmony, land resource conservation, as well as owners' rights. As such, setbacks need to be respected. The second reason we oppose this request is for the safety of the children who stand at that intersection of Middle Ridge Road and Hoyt Farm Road and wait for the bus. Having this structure there impedes parents' view of the children who are waiting there for the bus. It also becomes dangerous for the children as it creates more snow and ice, especially as it would be situated on a small hill, further shielding the sun. We hope the owners understand that we are not against them building another garage per se. The current plans are simply not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. The owners do already own a 3-car garage, and as they have 2 acres, have more than enough space in their backyard to build another garage. It may involve resituating their existing patio area. That is a very minor inconvenience compared to expecting their neighbors to agree to such a major variance. This way, it would not interfere with the sight line and not be a hindrance to the neighbors and children. To the members of the committee, we thank you for taking our concerns into consideration in your decision-making process. Let's keep our town as beautiful as it is and not overbuild it.
Thank you, sir.
Hard of hearing, so I didn't hear much of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else from the public like to address this application? Seeing none, this application's closed. Is Lynn, are we ready for the pre-app? Okay, so we'll now go back into regular meeting. Sir, you're on. I think if you go up there, it'd be great.
Our architect finally made it. So thank you for the extra time to get it prepared. I think it's up on the screen now.
Okay, and sir, the other thing I'd like to say is the way pre-application process works is that we'll give you, you'll present to us, we'll provide you with feedback. Any feedback we give, any direction we give does not imply any future approval of any application. So if you can kindly understand that, that'd be great.
Understood.
Okay, great.
So again, 112 Main is the property, the subject property we're looking at to redevelop. It's an existing office building, approximately 120 years old. As you can see, it's set up currently, if we can go to the existing. That's the existing building. I'm sure everyone remembers that one.
Yeah.
It's currently 40 feet tall, the way it stands. So we're not changing anything in height. Just adjusting interior floors to create a 24-unit residential building with a first floor of 6,500 square feet of retail. So the retail is existing and the interior is existing. We're just doing a complete gut rehab to it. Well, this is the site plan. As you can see, it's the existing configuration in the dark bulk. Shows the outline. It's there's one cellar. From the aerial there, you can see how the garage comes out to the side street, the driveway entry. And the next one gives you a idea of how we would lay out 10 parking spaces on the existing site plan. This is the lower level, shows the amenities for the people in the building. This is the existing retail. This is will be marketed as 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. The next this is the typical floor plan we kept in sync with what the town wanted, which was all units under 750 square feet. So he did 750 square foot, 1-bedroom studies. They're all identical. Actually, if you could go back to that one for just a sec. See, it's obviously an elevator building, which the elevator does not exist today. So the elevator is right in the middle of the core. We'll create a core. And it takes us up to the rooftop, which will be also another recreational outdoor space for the tenants of the building, which we'll see now. There it is. And then half the rooftop, if we go back to that real quick, is going to be reserved for solar panels. And the other half is for all to share in the building. Here's the facade. We try to keep the facade within the historic elements of what's under the cladding they put on it already. There's a blonde brick there from 120 years ago. So we're trying to keep as close to that brick as possible. Obviously, there's a lot of punched windows to give a lot of good natural air and light to the new apartments. So we'll need to bring in some brick to make it match as close as possible. That's it. So that wraps up the presentation, and wanted to answer any questions the architect and I could.
Commissioners, questions, comments?
Yeah, do you have any other renderings, elevations of the building? This is very, very, very difficult to see it, judge it. What I'm seeing right now is kind of a modern glass storefront that just seems like it was slammed onto the side of the building. Excuse me. And non-articulated facade as far as the windows, the facade treatment, and I see some, I guess it looks like you've got a living roof or some kind of garden up above. Anyway, we need more information.
Sure, this is conceptual design.
Mhm.
This is only the beginning few steps that we've actually taken to consider what is existing at the moment. And we want to revive what is beneath the existing facade, which is currently metal. And in a lot of ways, when we look at the town, we see that there is a different character altogether. If we can retain as much as possible from the existing building, the only thing we need to deviate from is the punctures in the facade. And the outline of the building will also be retained exactly the way it is. We do not mean to change a lot more than what we need to, and keep everything as restricted as possible within the footprint of the building and not change too much to affect anything to the town's dynamic or the character of the architecture that is being predominantly practiced in New Canaan.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like a Motel 6. I'm not sure that that's something we see in New Canaan. It's a repetition of the same elements over and over. There's no variation of it. It's just starving for some character.
Yeah, and part of tonight in this preliminary meeting is to get feedback, good feedback from everybody sitting up here and people in town as well, to help with ideas of creating.
This is Commissioner Chris. I had a couple of questions. The fenestration, those windows actually exist now?
In part, we will
In
have
part.
to add a few more windows, because every unit that has been provided with the limitation is 750 square feet. So in order to provide every unit with adequate line ventilation, we will need to provide those many windows.
Okay, so you're looking to have 24 one-bedroom units.
That's right.
So that's 8 per floor,
Right.
if I divide
That's correct,
properly.
yes.
Okay, and the at grade will all be retail.
The existing retail there today will be the existing retail.
Okay, and you're going to put an elevator in.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and what stairways exist now?
Just one, if you drive by it, which I'm sure you have many times, there's one straight up the
Right.
front street.
Oh. Looking at the building as it stands now, I have to say, I will say on the record, I don't think it's the nicest looking building. It's been reskinned with that kind of white metal and those metal slats, which doesn't do much for me. I'll say that. But I would agree with Commissioner Turner that this seems, again, I was thinking of Roadside Motel in Cleveland, but how much is left under once you take the gunk off the front? What's left of the original building?
So I think this cladding was done in the 60s, I want to say. Does anyone know?
It looks like the 60s, I'll say that.
So it's hard to tell what's really under there.
The current openings, they do show that the face brick is still in place. And I don't think that there's a lot of damage done to the existing brick.
The existing yellow brick.
Yes.
Yeah. And you're aware of the affordable housing rules in our town?
Yes, yeah. We've implemented the affordable housing within the 24 units.
Okay. So with 20% affordable, so you'd have 4 affordable and then 4/5 of one in a check to the housing authority. I think that's the way it works. You mentioned the solar on the roof, other green elements, is it going to be certified green, or could you talk us about that? Talk about that, please.
At the moment, it's primarily conceptual that we would like to use the rooftop terrace as a community place as well for all the residents. We want to keep it carbon neutral as much as possible. And to add to that, that is the reason why partial roof of that has been given as a solar panel area where we can actually harvest some energy and bring back to the building or supply back to the town if there's an on-grid system. But other than that, whatever landscape we do create, that has to be typically carbon neutral, something that does not affect anything to do with the ecosystem around.
You also mentioned parking there. How many parking spaces are attached to the building
Well, we're creating 10 spaces within the building.
in the back?
Yes.
So is your parking area, does that extend all the way out to East Ave?
Yeah, you can see the current survey shows we go right out to
The cars are already still here.
the street. And then we have along the back property line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8 over
8,
there.
9,
And 2 over
10,
here.
the handicap.
Yeah.
So that's the way it's configured now. We're not required to have parking, but we're going to, for our own sake, have parking for our tenants because they'll request it. And then we'll be looking to lease another 15 spaces or so. within,
What do you mean you're not required to have parking?
uh,
Okay, so they're not required to have parking for any use.
Even when we put residential units above?
Correct.
It's retail.
That's our regulation.
But for our sake, for marketing and for success of the project, we are making 10 here and we'll go out and lease another 15 in the community. Within a 1 block walking distance.
This is Commissioner Chris again. The decision to have 24 one-bedroom units, I guess each is essentially the same size of 750 feet.
Yes.
Why that as opposed to something else?
It's a regulation.
That is the
It's a regulation issue?
Yes.
Okay. So it has to be that. Got it.
Would you be so kind to put up the illustration that shows the site circulation as far as vehicles and pedestrian?
There we go.
The parking garage? Parking garage, parking spaces?
The
Do
parking
you have a drawing that shows that?
we have the parking spaces marked around here. 1 second.
This was the one with the
This
parking
is the one with the
spaces.
parking spaces.
No, I don't see parking spaces. Where?
So the roof plan,
You see the property line in the back of the building?
All of these, all the way till the end, and these two.
the exterior surface parking spots?
Yes.
Are there any parking spots under the building?
So how do I get in and out of the parking lot?
Right there off the street. That's an entrance.
This is the entrance. Okay.
I'm struggling as well. I think we just need much better drawings, much better views.
Go back.
Yes.
Is that,
This is.
what am I looking
That's
at?
the fitness
This is
center.
the actual footprint of the building. And when I go back to this essentially is where the building sits.
So what you saw was the basement space.
Okay. I mean, it's just, we're trying to help give you good comments. It's just very difficult to see, how big the spaces are, how the cars are going to maneuver.
We'll try to be.
Where the
more-
pedestrian movement, trash, et cetera, how does that?
Well, if we go back to the core again, the elevator is where it is, and there's a trash chute right next to it and a trash room right there. So
You mean-
all the,
you mean this one?
yeah, also all the functioning items. So if you want to show kind of where the trash chute area would be, the trash room.
This is the one on the left hand of the staircase.
Yep. So
That is where the trash chute is.
staircase, elevator, trash chute room, where he's highlighted. And again,
This would be the main entrance to the building. That's where you enter from the retail. This is the main entrance to the retail. That's where we are providing access to the elevator and the staircase. What you see here, the rectangle is actually the footprint that you were seeing in this plan. Sorry, where you have 2 parkings which are overlaid on this area. These are essentially those 2 car parkings which will be covered. And the remaining 8 will be on surface on the exterior part of the property. There are no boundary walls, there are no gates. This will be an off-street parking with an easy access from the main road.
Handicap?
yes.
We will make provisions for that, yes.
Have you done a code study on the building? You only have 1 stair.
Yeah, this interior stair will end up being a scissor stair,
Scissor?
or we're gonna probably, do a study when we get closer to construction drawings and figure out what square footage we could use for what. But again, this is really conceptual in design. We wanted to make sure the 750 square foot units fit the way we wanted them to fit. We're not changing the height of the building. It would be a lot more functional if we had larger units and we had a couple more floors. But we weren't here today to ask for any kind of variances or special permits. We want to try to go in with what's allowable and go from there. We didn't want to spend too much time taking that route. We wanted to just go with the basics and fulfill the 750 rule and the height rule, which is 40 feet.
Is there currently, this is Commissioner Cassavant, is there currently a curb cut going onto the street?
Yes, on the side, the side entrance, yes.
Okay, so I'll add a comment. Normally, I would ask the question that the Commissioner Chris already raised about the affordable housing. But I would also comment, and this is consistent with what Commissioner Turner said. I think that adding 24 one-bedroom or two-bedroom 750 units is not necessarily the best use of this building for the town of New Canaan, which would benefit from 3 bedrooms, might benefit from studios. I understand that this is a conceptual plan. I would far prefer to see a variety of unit types and structures. Thank you.
You said unit types and structures.
Well, and I'm sorry, yeah, what I specifically would like to see is not what appears to be a set of 750 squares. I think that coming up with alternative types of units would serve the housing stock requirements of the town much more effectively.
Yeah, we have had some brief conversations with some real estate people in town, and again, the conclusion was there's definitely a demand for people who would want to live down here, and 750 square foot units would definitely rent pretty fast, and it would be appreciated, and the amenities in the building and the green aspect of the building would be something that people would appreciate. So we're trying to go on kind of the census we're feeling. Again, there's not that many apartments for rent downtown, but
well, there's a particular shortage of 3 bedrooms. There is a shortage of studios. I'm certain that these sorts of units would rent. But the purpose of our commission is to provide input as to what might serve the community effectively rather than necessarily what could rent. So that's the basis for my input.
Can I
respond to that?
Well, I think your challenge right now is you're limited to what our current zoning regulations say for the district.
without a variance or special permit. That's,
Right.
that is the reason why we're trying to do the redevelopment as quickly as possible without going that route.
But is there a special permit option?
Well, that's what we're trying to avoid is any special permits. We're trying to.
Right, but there is an option to utilize, you're trying to avoid it, I get it.
Yeah.
But there is an option to use a special permit to diversify the nature of the housing stock in the building. Is that correct? Lynn?
In the retail A zone, they're limited to 750 square feet for the dwelling units.
So there is no
One
special
bedroom.
permit option.
No, this, yeah.
So Commissioner Cassavant, we're stuck with the 750 under the current zoning regulations.
Isn't that the purpose of the special permit to bypass what the regulation is?
Planner's telling us we don't have a special permit provision currently in the regulations to diversify the stock. That's our challenge. We'd have to do a regulation amendment.
Right. So in the retail A zone, there's no option. If you were in the business A, it would refer back to retail B, which provides a special permit.
Can I point out that when we were listening to, or when you were listening to application for the view, we were trying to discourage large apartments because we didn't want to fill up the school system. So we have this regulation in place for 750 square foot one bedroom units because we have a concern about adding a whole lot of kids all at once to the school system. So I find it ironic that we're asking the applicant to build more 2 and 3 bedroom, certainly more profitable for him to build luxury units. But he's come to us and built what is proposing what is essentially workforce housing. And we're giving them a hard time about it.
Well,
I
well, this is
find that ironic.
Commissioner Cassavant. I'll be glad to comment on that. This is a preliminary request for input. We don't consider the economics in one of these discussions as a matter of course. And the fact is that I believe our role here is to represent what would be useful. I'm not sure that our performance on, in the current time would encourage, we have capacity in the school system, apparently, and I think that we should give good input to the applicant here. I'm understanding that Lynn is advising us that there is no option other than the 750. But again, I think that the input is useful because the community would probably benefit from multi-bedroom units.
I
And
just
we
think
don't
that
know
we need to be
anything-
consistent when applicants come before us, and sometimes we're discouraging 3-bedroom units and other times we're encouraging 3-bedroom units. I just think that we as a commission have a responsibility to be consistent.
Well,
the only
if we
point.
characterize this as workforce housing, I'd like to determine if in fact we have some range of rents, and I don't believe we do. So, again, I wouldn't go so far as to characterize this as workforce until we have some sense of what rental unit costs would be.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Chris. I think this is an issue that doubtless this commission would take up as part of its refresh of the plan of conservation development next year, which is what downtown residential do we want and how do we want it? And it seems the issue is being placed before us somewhat, earlier than next year. And the issue of, do we want 1-bedrooms? Do we want more than 1 bedroom? What type of mix do we want? Beyond that, do we want studios? And we have to think about the parking too, since there's limited parking downstairs downtown in the Golden Circle. And as the applicant has mentioned, there's only 10 spots for 24 units. So the math is pretty simple. So these are all issues I think we need to consider, and perhaps with the trend towards more downtown living. We just had Berta Street in here, downtown living. And I think this is something we need to think about and perhaps take a fresh set of eyes on. That'd be my view. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's bring it back to the applicant, though. Feedback for the applicant.
Sorry, I have one more pertinent question here. How many total units? 23?
24.
24? And how many total parking spots?
10,
And are these rental units or sale units?
all for rent.
All for rent?
And the affordable units obviously are for rent as well.
Uh-huh. And once you get past renting the first 10 and the next 14 ask, where do I park? What's the answer?
Well, you know what? Not every person in this demographic will have a car that will need one. So there'll always be few that don't, but we're already talking to some of the landowners around the building about leasing spaces on an annualized basis. Including our first question was to Lynn was, could we lease spaces from the town parking lot? And I guess there's a law that you're not allowed to at night. So that didn't work. Am I saying that right, Lynn?
There's a town policy that apparently that they don't provide permits for residential uses in the downtown, just for commercial and retail uses.
So maybe that'll change.
Well, I understand that there might be a small minority of demographic that will not have cars, but the majority of the demographic that would be renting in this area or anywhere, quite frankly, in this town, commute by vehicle. And have vehicles. So I can see it becoming just for your own planning purposes, becoming a very big problem if you're trying to market this thing for rent and there's no place for them to park.
We're getting good feedback from some neighbors who would rent spaces to us. And if we couldn't rent the spaces, we wouldn't do the project.
But this town has historically been very, very stressed when it comes to on-street and off-street parking, especially in the retail zone in the downtown area. I'm just not sure how those types of agreements with adjacent commercial landowners would work. Would it be a nighttime parking only or?
Nope, just a monthly monthly parking.
And there's availability of excess spots because every.
So far there is. It's only 15 spaces, so far so good.
Okay.
Yeah, we've gotten good
That
feedback.
would be critical to understand when you do come back with an application is how the parking
Sure.
quotas would be met.
Absolutely.
Lynn, does fee in lieu apply here?
No, because parking isn't required for the uses in the retail A, so there's, you can't apply the fee in lieu because they're not required to have parking.
It's Commissioner Chris again, it's on delivery vehicles, especially with the residential situation. You're gonna have Amazon trucks and so forth. What's the thinking?
You want to show the lobby plan again and kind of how?
Including where the trucks go?
Yeah. Yes.
Because triple parking in downtown is a little
Oh, yeah.
sort of an issue.
We are utilizing the basement space. We're utilizing the basement spaces where you see the car parking which is placed right here. There is a pedestal provided for vehicles to kind of park in or back in, and then this corridor can be utilized to take it to the upper floors.
So of the 3 spaces there, 2 would be handicapped, probably.
We haven't earmarked any particular space for handicap, but this configuration does include a handicap parking space.
Because, you know, handicap spaces
not
are
be-
bigger, yeah.
Yes.
But the idea would be to utilize this sort of niche as a delivery area.
Delivery drop off.
Drop off, okay, thank you.
And mail delivery obviously be from the street and the lobby.
Understood, thank you.
I just wanted to add one couple things. One, I'm actually not concerned about the parking. I think I differ from my colleagues on this front, having been on the parking commission and discussed this at Nostrum. We have companies like Boxcar where we're leasing parking spots at CNAs and other places that are not booked during the day. So it's actually pleasant to see a project that doesn't create an additional surface parking lot in our town. I think it's actually a benefit to the town that we don't have another stretch of asphalt. And it's creative that you're going to account for that in renting. I think it's a good direction. I'd also say that, you know, that number of people downtown will drive business to, you know, the pizzerias and the other shopping areas downtown. So I think that's good for maintaining our downtown. I did want to understand, you know, from a logistics perspective, some of the more recent developments, for example, the Burtis Avenue, were very thoughtful in the way they considered garbage and drop-off elements. So in New York, for example, I know there are scenarios where unmonitored buildings have package lockers and, you know, refrigerated trash. We want to make sure that you're considering being a good neighbor to your retail neighbors as well as others.
Yeah,
Speak to this.
we are, you know, looking at and talking to the market right now as far as realtors and people in the community who would be good advisors about whether or not we should have a 24-hour doorman. So that's an option right now. When you have that, you have a refrigerator in the lobby to hold people's, you know, Fresh Direct. You have Fresh Direct out there? We're from the city, so things like that. Anything that needs to be held for the people, it's a white glove building. You know, it'll be something where people have a concierge type of situation. They'll have, if we don't have a full-time doorman 24 hours, there'll be a system where, you know, you touch the keypad and someone's face pops up that's somewhere else in a room that can help you, guide you
Yeah,
through.
or
whatever
virtual
you need.
assistant
Yeah,
that way.
virtual assistant, exactly. Virtual doorman.
Okay, no, that's really helpful. I think having a consideration around having a more articulated plan around how that sort of interface, well, given their 1 bedrooms, I'd imagine that people be away during the day and orchestrating that would be helpful. The last thing I was going to mention, from an egress perspective, it looked like you have egress in the front and the back. I just wanted to clarify that.
At the moment, we are considering 2 egresses, one from the lower level, which is in the rear, and 1 egress from the front. We do realize that there are certain amendments that we need to go back and change in the plans. And one of the reasons for this was this meeting was to get feedback from this. And we definitely intend to either work on the egress issue where we probably would look at adding another staircase or an exterior staircase in some way that can facilitate the movement for egress.
Okay, and just my last point would be from a visual perspective, I think you should look at you know, some of the buildings that we've complemented downtown. You can see our records as to, you know, the variety and the texture, I guess. I'm trying to use a term that maybe my architects would appreciate in terms of the depth and the material. I think some of the buildings, for example, the building on Forest Street gets quite good reviews, and the building next to the post office in terms of the depth of the window sockets and the mixture of stone and brick and some steel I-beams, just a little more richer detail.
Again, pretty preliminary concept at this point. We're just really looking for feedback. Obviously, brick is, from the little bit of feedback we've gotten, seems to be the choice material. And this is definitely something we're open to taking as much feedback as possible and implementing on the construction drawings.
Then question for you, if they came back with an application, would this be just as a site plan?
Unless that, but I mean, if they go to four stories, they might have to come back as a special permit also for the fourth story, even though the building exists as a 40-foot structure. It's articulated as a 3-story building, which already exceeds our height, but they're not changing the height. They're just changing the number of stories because we measure height in both stories and feet.
So the
They would come
special,
under 7.1 for an expansion of a non-conforming use in the downtown zone, the retail zone.
So the existing structure is 3 stories,
Yep, when you look at it from the rear of the building, it's 3 stories.
3 stories, 2 stories in the front. And what they're proposing is 4 stories in the front, 5 in the back.
Mm-mm.
Um,
Not 5 in the back.
Yes, look at the drawing. Front, correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Yeah, well, what happens is because it's on a slope,
Yeah, I understand.
the bottom one is actually like
Right.
subterranean.
It's 5 stories in the back, 4 stories in the front.
Is it a full 5th in the back, or is it?
It's a full level.
It's pretty tight.
Tight,
It's
7
it's a
feet.
tight, lower level.
so it would be a site plan and a special permit.
Yes, but the special permit, yes, would be for the, just for the stories,
So
because the height of the building's
clear.
been there.
When we evaluate a site plan versus a special permit, we use different criteria. And the commission generally has, in general, more latitude in its evaluation of a special permit than it does on a site plan.
Lynn, just weighing in on this special permit versus site plan, I'm looking at the regulations. I'm pretty sure for retail A right now and residential dwelling units subject to the inclusionary zoning per section 7.6 requires special permit.
You are correct.
So this would need a special permit for that as well.
So I have a question about the design, village design guidelines. We have village design guidelines, and I guess I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing last month when I had to evaluate the Burtis Street, I think we talked about, oh, there's a lot of limestone, and that's not very much, like New Canaan, we like brick. We have a lot of brick. And what I'm hearing the applicant say is he wants to take off the ugly metal facade and expose the original yellow brick. And so I'm wondering, what does the village design guidelines say about facades? Because we ran into the trouble of fake walls versus real walls over at the View. And I lamented the limestone being not New Canaan last month with Burtis Avenue. But does the village guideline specify what kind of facades we prefer or we need, or is it silent on the question?
If I can maybe answer that. The design guidelines are stating that it should be compatible and maintain the character of downtown. However, it's very clear that, for example, a modern house, if there was a modern design that was being proposed in downtown, it would be okay. So there's not a specific yes or no. It's going to be judged and looked at. Is it compatible and does it enhance the downtown village?
I think some of our observations on Burtis Avenue had to do with the original pre-application with the height, number of stories, which that ended up being tweaked and articulated in a different way to not make it look as massive and tall as it is, right? The upper level was treated differently. The lower level had a lower banding and material transition. The difficulty I'm having here is on the Main Street side, the first level, which is retail, is of one design move. And then you've got 3 stories of all uniformity above it, which goes back to your comment about Motel 6 and all that. that image up on the screen is a prime example of what we do want. Right, where you have 3 different levels, all of which are articulated differently in order to break up the massing and make it of a scale that is more approachable than a uniform mass of 4 stories of brick.
Agreed.
Right. And you can do that with materiality. You can do that with articulation of windows, articulation of roof. All of that helps to soften the facade.
I think that's a good input, and I think we'll try to incorporate that in our.
That's the best explanation I've heard yet
Yeah.
of what we're looking for. I think. Thank you.
Welcome. This is great, yeah.
Okay, anybody else before we move on?
I just want to be clear. So the building's existing at 40 feet. So the plan here is we're going to gut the interior because the floor plates, the way it's designed from years ago, we can't figure out why they did such a large 3rd floor and small 1st floor. So we got all the joists and we put new floor plates in, and it's basically like 10 foot, 9 foot, 9 foot, 9 foot. And we stay within the envelope that's there. It's hard, but that's what we want to do to try to avoid any of these issues about the 40 feet. Is there some type of alternative to getting a special permit for that with this group here today? Understanding that we are staying within the 40 feet with the existing. We're not adding any height to this building. We just would like to go forward with the 750 square foot units, 8-foot floor and 3 floors of residential.
But you are adding height. Yeah.
We aren't adding height.
The existing building on the Main Street side is currently 2 stories. It's an oversized 2nd story, but you're going to 4 stories.
No,
You're going taller.
the height is
The
the same.
height is
The height is the same. It's 40
How
feet
can that be?
because they have 17-foot ceilings on the 2nd floor
That's one level.
and then they have a level above that.
There is a
It-
floor
that's
which
the-
has a height of 6 feet on the top.
Yeah, there's no windows. on
There
the
are no
street.
windows,
There's
no
on the street.
fenestrations to that.
I know that. It's just.
If you
It
go,
doesn't reconcile.
if you walk in the
Doesn't make
building
sense.
and see it, you can understand, but there's no windows on the street side for some reason. For whatever reason, it was designed for the original use. They have,
Yeah, I mean,
extremely
I'm
weird.
looking at the image of the facade and it just,
again,
the math doesn't work for me, how you're getting 4 stories out of that existing height. So we would need to see a dimensioned existing elevation to understand where we are with existing height, whatever that dimension is. And then a
Section.
very defined elevation of the new proposed with floor to floor elevations, so we understand where it lands.
What we were trying to explain earlier was the 2nd floor window is actually in this location, while the roof sits unevenly at this position. There's approximately 9 feet from here.
Uh-huh.
So 17 feet and another 14 feet below, plus another 9 feet, which includes the parapet.
Yeah.
But there is some space which is within this top portion. It's like an attic, but it's
Mhm.
only 6 feet high and
Yeah, no, understood.
there's something wrong. So
I get it.
that's where we want to alter. That's why we wanted to alter the flow plates.
Okay, so I think you have Commissioner Redmond's input as to how to get there to your question.
gotcha.
We noted parking concern about adequate parking for the residents, logistical issues. And then the last thing I'd like to suggest on the architecture is Commissioner Turner, who did chair the subcommittee that did our village district guidelines. He's more than willing to have discussions with yourself as to how to best get there.
Wonderful.
That sound good?
Sounds great.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a good night. Okay, going back into public hearing, items 3 and 4 will be heard together. 151 Main Street, discussion consideration, the request of Brian Smith, Robinson Cole, authorized agent for New Canaan Library owners, along with its affiliated properties located at 151 Main, 64 Maple, 44, 48, 46 South Avenue to amend the zoning regulations dated June 16, 2007. Item number 4, 151 Main Street, upon application Brian Smith, Robinson Cole, authorized agent of the New Canaan Library owners, along with its affiliates, properties located at 151 Main, 64 Maple, 44, 48, 56 South Avenue for a site plan amendment, sections 8.2 and 510H. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Brian Smith from Robinson and Cole, representing the New Canaan Library. And as we had a discussion last month on October 25th, you had asked that we come back with certain information that we have provided, but just quickly to recount what we are here for tonight is for the text amendment that would allow us to install the relocated legacy building within 5 feet of the property of an adjoining property, and also because of its current height and the possibility it could be interpreted as an accessory building to increase the height limit from 15 to 25 feet. So those are the changes to the quasi-public library overlay zone that we are requesting. And then we have the site plan, and that's where we have provided the additional information tonight through a letter that I submitted to the commission dated November 10th. And we also had submitted a PowerPoint presentation, excuse me, and that Mark Herder of Centerbrook Architects prepared, and he's here tonight. He's going to present that in a minute or two. But what I would like to just emphasize, and having read some of the correspondence that has come in as this application has progressed, is that, as this commission well knows, we had extensive discussions when the application was originally submitted for the text amendment, the map change, and the special permit and site plan about where, what would be preserved and how it would be preserved. And this commission saw fit correctly to impose 2 conditions of the special permit, number 8 and 9, asking that we come back with plans and within 120 days of the original approval, so that this commission could vet those plans and give us guidance and then vote on whether the concept was appropriate or not. And that's what we did on December 14th of 2021. We came back before this commission showing the proposed relocation, and far beyond what condition number 8 said, which is, save facades or pillars or roof lines. We came back with an entire structure and we showed its a precise location, and this commission had a full debate on that night and approved that concept. So in good faith, we have basically emptied the library's own rainy day account, not donor funds, not town money, but its own monies, to design and fully design and prepare these applications that you have before you tonight. And one of the other aspects I would like to stress is that we can demonstrate, and because all you have to do is walk out and look, is that we are very far along in construction of the new library building. And so we are very hopeful that not only will you find our presentation acceptable, but that you find it acceptable and pass it tonight, because we have a lot of moving parts, if you will, in trying to achieve a timely construction of the project. And this is one of the key points that we need to have resolved fully. And so that is a request that we're making, that if at all possible, and we hope we have provided you sufficient information, that you are in a position to approve it. But one of the final aspect that I would like to mention is that I will have Mark Herder come before you to explain in detail the uses that we are proposing. But one of the things we want to stress right at the outset is that if you find the floor plan that we have presented as an acceptable floor plan, we are happy to make that a condition of the approval, so that you are assured that that's the floor plan that we will come back with, and that's what we will construct. So thank you. So, Mr. Herder.
Thank you, Brian. Mark Herder, Centerbrook Architects. So we submitted the PowerPoint. There are really two things that I want to talk about tonight within that. The first is the floor plan that we worked with the library to prepare. I'll walk you through that. And then the second really is a logistics plan that Turner has developed, which, you know, this is a phased project. So this is phase 2 of this project, which now includes the moving of the legacy building. So I'll walk you through that logistics plan, which is consistent with the original one that we presented in March and April of 2021. So let's go through the PowerPoint.
Lynn, is all of this up on the website? Under the 1025 folder?
11:15 applicant presentation.
Okay, so if you go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is a plan that we worked with the library to develop based on your comments last time. So it's a fairly simple plan. As you walk in on the entry, you'll see there is a lobby space in the middle, offices to the right, storage, which is accessed from the back, a bathroom, and then a cultural space on the right-hand side, which is really a multi-use space that the library will use for a lot of different types of events. This will be a slab on grade condition. We'll have full MEP, full site utilities to the building. So the questions that were raised last time about that, it will be fully heated, air conditioned, and all utilities will be brought to the building. So I'm going to move on to the logistics plan. Come back to that if you have any questions. So I'll just remind you, this logistics plan is really phase 2 of our construction. When we presented back in April and March of 2021, phase 1 obviously is building the new building, which is under construction. Phase 2 is the demolition of the existing building, which now includes selective demo around the legacy building and the relocation of that in the proposed location that we have shown. So we'll revise once the new building is built and occupied. We'll revise the site fencing to include the entrances as shown on here. They'll begin the demolition and selective demolition and the site work in order to prepare the move for the legacy building to its new location. Next slide. And so in that, they will move the building over to that proposed location. They'll begin the site work on the rest of the site as demolition is done. And then next slide. As they develop the site, start the planting, start the hardscape, regrading, and finish grading, and then the work along Cherry and Main, they will tighten up the site fence, use the stockpile, continue to develop the renovation and reconstruction of portions of legacy. And then lastly, if you go to the last image, they will finalize that. We'll finalize all the site work around legacy building and the bosque that I talked about between the two buildings in between, as well as all of the parking and site work and trash area on the west side. Pedestrian circulation is outlined. We need that obviously as we go along. So we've looked at that, and Turner has looked at that very carefully for site access, pedestrian access all the way around the building. Obviously, when it's complete, it'll be shown, it'll be used as shown here. That's all from me. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a question for you on the floor plan.
Sure.
Would you consider maybe some kind of movable partitions, sliding glass doors or something so that that area can become one big, large space so that it gives you more flexibility?
So there is a possibility of that. I will tell you that as we work with our engineers, there is some structural bracing that we will have to do within the building. The way the building is structured right now, the way the wood roof and trusses are up there. If we don't do that, obviously there are many ways to do that. If we keep it as an open plan, then you have a braced frame, a moment frame, which is very different. We've developed it this way in order to allow for that bracing within the building. It is an option.
Thanks.
On the floor plan, the cultural space.
Yep.
The interior of which, will it retain any of the existing finishes and architectural detailing that's in the existing room?
So there is a lot of work to be done from a hazmat standpoint within the entire building. So we're going to evaluate the amount of work that needs to be done. We've already done some of the preliminary evaluation of that. Any work that is has to happen in there. So there are code upgrades from a structural standpoint that need to happen in there. There are requirements for work on all the walls around there, as well as electrical work that has to be done. So my guess is the majority of that is going to have to be gutted. The expectation is that the murals will be saved in there, and then the extent to which other work needs to be done, maybe it'll be put back, but we haven't talked about that in detail yet.
This is Commissioner Chris.
Yep.
So in the back,
Yep.
there will be a grade entrance to the building.
Correct.
Okay. And unlike now, there will be a handicap accessible front entrance and the ramp to the left, lower left.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And we have the office space. I mean, given there's a brand new building there, what's the need for office space in this particular structure?
Well, the library, there are a number of options that the library may have for use of office space in there. Again, we met with them since our last meeting, talked about this programmatically, and they think that there definitely will be some use for office space as well as cultural space.
I guess what I'm thinking is that the original building was designed, particularly when there was a desire, if I recall, my memory is correct, of not keeping this building, period, so that there would be adequate office space in the new building. So I asked the question, assuming they built that in, which I'm assuming, if I'm wrong, stop me. So why do you need additional office space? It could be additional cultural space. That's my question.
It's a fair question. There, as the library evaluates its use, you're absolutely right. We did design the building to fit as many or all of the offices that we could. If you remember, we shrunk the building actually twice in the overall process for a number of reasons. However, the office space that is designed in there currently fits their current needs. But there may be in the future, as the library develops and grows, the need for office space, which is exactly what we talked to them about.
Would it be better to define it as flex space that could be used for office applications or for exhibits or cultural applications as well?
We could definitely consider that. Sure.
That was a question on the back of the building because much of it had been demolished when the first edition was put on.
Right.
And so if I'm looking at the picture you have up here on the screen, the upper right, that's the original building with the thick line and law. So that stays.
Yep.
And I remember when the application was first before this commission, there was talk about how to reconstruct the rest of the, calling it the back wall.
Right.
Well, originally the back wall of the original building, given that it had been demolished prior.
Right.
So could you update us on what the thinking is? on
Sure,
that?
I talked a little bit about that the last time. So what we will do, so as part of the work in order to move the building, we're going to infill that section of wall that is missing with cement masonry units, CMU, which gives you the most stable structure. And then on the inside, we'll have framing and a gyp wall. On the outside, we actually show brick. If you look at our September 29th submission, we show brick on the exterior, which is consistent with the use of brick on the building as well.
So if we were to be in the back and look at it and look at the original wall that's still there.
Yep.
And the wall you intend to put in, they would look essentially similar as far as design and type of materials and
Correct.
balance and so forth is what the
Correct.
master plan is.
Correct.
And a few minor points. You said slab, so no basement.
No basement.
So there been talk about a basement before. That's not.
Well,
happening.
what we did talk about
There is a
was-
basement now.
What we
sort of.
did talk about was a crawl space.
Okay.
In fact.
Subterranean
And-
level of some sort.
Yeah, and in talking to Wolf, who is doing the moving of the building. We thought originally with their beams going north-south and their needle beams east-west, that they would actually need that space. They do not. It's actually better for them for a slab on grade. Now, in this type of building, as I mentioned the last time, there's a small amount of HVAC that is required in here. We can easily fit it in the attic space. So we don't need the basement
So there,
Or a crawl space.
or a crawl space.
so there will
Correct.
be an attic
There is an attic space in the building currently, yes.
That
and
will
we
be
will
main-
use that.
that will be maintained.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
the access to the attic is what? How do you get there?
Well, the access to the attic can easily be a hatch in the storage space.
Okay, so it's a hatch, you crawl up a ladder and do what
Correct.
you need to do.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
You're showing the rear door off of storage to the, what is that, to the west? Going up against the gas station.
Yep.
Did I hear you correctly? That's discharging out to grade?
It will be out to grade. Correct.
So grade is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's about 4 feet higher back there than at the front of the building?
So we have grading plans in the submission that we had in September 29th. And those grading plans, if you remember, the site slopes from south to north. And we have the ability to manipulate grade on that backside
Mhm.
in order to be able to have a doorway there.
Okay, and then in the end, the distance from the building to the property line on that side, that's gonna end up being about 7.5 feet or 7 feet, is that correct?
Yeah, on the north side, if I recall, it's close to 8. On the south side, it's slightly less. They vary a little bit, but yeah, it's between 7 and 8 feet.
And does that then negate the ability to put any plantings back there?
Plantings, we
your
could
pa-
put
your
some
package-
plantings. We are gonna do a fence back there. Plantings are not, they can't be originally we thought maybe arborvitae or something like that. That would occupy almost all of the space right there and they wouldn't grow well. So we're gonna rely on a fence toward the back. We're gonna have plantings on the north and the south. So we really won't have much in the way of plantings in the back.
Okay, so I might be looking at an older planting plan, L 5.0, but shows a significant amount of planting along that back edge on both sides of the gas station, so that'll have to be amended.
Can you call up L 5.0 from our September 29th plan or submission?
Dan, where are you on the website?
What?
Where are you on the website?
I'm looking at the package. Looking at the 10/25/22 folder. There's a drawing stack called CE 501. Is that old? Let me look at the date on the front cover sheet here. It's the August 24th package. Is that the one you're referring to?
The drawings.
The Robinson
say-
Cole drawing, the Robinson Cole cover letter is August 24th.
Sure.
If that's the most current.
Go back to your folder.
Mine's this.
Yeah, August 24th, right, so.
August 24th, 22.
What page did
Well,
you say?
she's having, yeah. What's that?
L 5.0.
1025.
That's the 125 folder. Then there was the. Let's see.
This is.
It's obviously not before that because it's dated August.
There it is. Just passed it.
Yeah, those, that's it.
3.0?
5.0. I think that's it, yeah.
That's it.
I just think we should-
That one, yeah.
Right, so I'm looking at that plan as well. I will talk to our landscape architect about that. I can't answer that right now.
Okay, but the positioning of the building relative to property line, is that the same as what was in the December 15th application from last year? I think it's, I don't know if you checked that, Lynn, is it still?
It's
I think they're about 7.5 feet now. Was it the same back then?
Property line?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you,
The original request that they put into their regulation amendment was 20 feet from the side yard setback.
so if you look at L 4.0, if you go one image earlier, it shows 8 feet on that plan.
Yeah, but what did you just say, Lynn?
Their original application, that was a side yard setback and their dimensional standard was 20 feet would be their setback. In the
Their
original
request was for
application,
20 feet or our requirement was for 20 feet?
Their original regulation amendment that you guys approved in July 13th of 21, 20 feet. They're proposing to amend it. And they came back in December with a revised plan.
Yeah, the December plan, I think what you're asking is that the same as now? It's just a bit, yeah, I think it's the same.
It is.
The
it
same
is
distance.
It is the same.
And that was
Correct.
why we realized that if we were proposing that, and we said at the time, we would need a regulation amendment if we were going to do that, because we had the amendment originally, had a larger setback than that would allow.
So the plans are consistent all the way through.
Well, they're not consistent with the original.
Oh, which is why we're here asking
Right.
for a variance on the setback.
Right, and the 20-foot just couldn't be met because of what reason?
When you put the building at 20 feet out from the site and you change the layout of the site substantially, and the layout of that does not work for the library and for its mission.
If I understand, this is Commissioner Kriskin, if I understand that, trying to translate it, is that you want more space in front of the 1913 building than would be there if it were 20 feet from the gas station.
Yeah, correct. We do want more space. We've said all along, libraries said all along that they see that space, the library green, which includes not just the lawn, but all of the planting areas, the terrace, the walkways, all of that. They have specific uses in mind, both events, educational, lifelong learning that they want to use. And so that building, they are asking to put it back where we show it right now. Yeah.
And have all of the previous problems with satisfying drainage requirements on site, the rain gardens and the sort of the modifications for subsurface drainage, has that been solved now and resolved with the town engineer?
Yeah, so I talked a little bit about this the last time. We've submitted that we had a little bit of conversation with the town engineer. So on this drawing, you can see the bioswale has been modified. We have a bridge now. Bioswale extends along Cherry all the way to the western edge of the site. And then there's a bridge over that. And we did have a comment back from engineering about the bioswale under the bridge and where it ends. Other than that, there was no comment. So we do need to follow up with them to resolve that question.
What kind of fence behind the building? What's it made of and how tall is it?
I don't have an answer to that yet.
Commissioner Chris again, is the fence that exists now, which is not the nicest fence, okay, is that on your property or the gas stations? Whose fence?
It'll either be on our property or a division fence that we are allowed to put. So it's going to be either right on the line or but we'll be putting our own fence there. So
the idea is the current fence would be removed and a new fence would
unless
be
it's on
installed.
their property, in which case we would,
Yeah.
I'm not going to represent, we're going to take their fence down for them, but
Okay,
we would put our own fence up on our property. So,
which would look like what?
well, it's going to have to comply with, the proper zoning. I don't have an answer for you yet either, other than it's going to be an appropriate fence.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll get an answer to you on that.
Okay, so
I
height,
know there was a concern, I remember on our walks, even early on in the project, when we presented originally the discussions about the fence, fully understand. We'll make a beautiful fence along the backside of the building and along the property.
would the concept be to have a relatively, don't answer my question, but relatively tall fence, nicely constructed of natural materials to sort of screen the gas station? Is that the concept you're looking at?
That's the concept we're looking at. I think the fence caps out at 6 feet high, so we can't go above that by regulation, I believe. So, but it would be that height and an attractive fence for the property line.
Thank you.
So are there likely to be two fences in parallel with,
Well, we hope not. We hope not.
I mean, because that could result in a very strange situation where you have a gap between the two fences of just a couple of feet or less.
Well, probably less, but yeah,
It's less, which
with the
creates-
footings, maybe a foot, but I
Do you-
think the goal would be to work with the property owner to have a single fence.
so you have not talked or dealt with the gas station owners.
I believe they have. I don't know if they've discussed the fence yet.
And Commissioner Chris again, the fence would go exactly from where to where?
So currently, well, it would go from the southwest corner, southeast corner of the garage property to the northeast corner, effectively of it. So it would run all the way along, and then from that southeast corner, run west out to South Avenue. So it would go in an L shape.
You want to essentially fence the entire border with the gas station?
That's correct. That, and honestly, that fence is there today. It's just,
I'm talking about the fence you would like to put in
yeah,
in a perfect
we
world.
would put it in that configuration.
And this construction and all this, how long would this take and have it open for people?
So it's consistent with the phasing of the original submission. So the goal would be for it to be open in somewhere in October of 23.
So all the plantings and the mechanicals and everything else, all
Correct.
done, ready to
All-
go, open your doors.
All happen in sequence with phase 2, which is what is part of this logistics plan.
So a little
And
less
part
than
of
a
the
year.
original logistics plan.
So a little less than a year, you would like to have doors open.
Correct.
Thank you.
On the existing structure, E2 is your structural engineer for the project?
They are.
Have they weighed in on the structural integrity of the existing building relative to the proposed move?
Yeah, so we've met with them a number of times on site. They've walked through the building. We've met with them and with Wolf, and we've gone through all of that, fully up to speed, and weighed in on all of this. Yes.
And both of them, E2 and Lang and Wolf, they're confident with the correct bracing and reinforcement and everything. It should be able to be moved.
Yeah, they are. So as you know, Wolf has done this a lot. They're very good at moving not just wood frame buildings, but masonry buildings. So our work, you know, as I'm sure you know, there will be some structural work that we will have to do that Wolf will want us to do later because it may inhibit how they brace the building in order to move it. So we've had meetings with our engineers and with Wolf to figure out logistically what happens now, what happens later. So we've gone through a bunch of that. Once we get approval here, we're going to roll into construction documents. We'll finalize all of that stuff between them and us and be ready to go.
Great. I just want to be reassured that the due diligence on the stability of the existing structure for the move has been done. As you can imagine, the last thing anyone wants is for Wolf to get in there and start needling through, and then all of a sudden someone deems it structurally unsound. Oh, it's got to come down.
Absolutely. No,
That's not gonna happen.
they've come on site a number of times. They're the one actually that recommended the CMU infill on the back side, on the east side or west side of the building, southwest. And they said that is by far the best way to stabilize for them.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
What month are you moving the building? You say October it'll open. Just wondering what month.
I don't have so remember, we need to do hazmat remediation of the existing building, demolition, and then selective demo around there. I don't have the exact date as to when we are going to move it. While we do the demolition, we're going to prepare the site so that there is a ramp effectively to move it from here to here. I don't have the exact date yet.
I just wondered whether it was spring or very late in the process next summer.
So if we begin that demolition in March, it's probably 2 to 3 months in.
How do you plan on remediating like the hazmats that come out of this? You know, because it's
So
a site
we-
right in town across the street from the school.
I'm sorry.
I'm just worried about it's being right in town if there's hazardous
Yeah,
materials.
so we
being-
submitted a report. We have engineers that have done pretty extensive review of the existing building to evaluate what needs to come out, what can stay, hazmat versus not. And they are very good. They will, as part of our construction documents, develop with Turner a logistics plan of how everything is remediated. They've done this on huge buildings all over the world. And they do a very good job of it.
Will the building as proposed have any federal or state historic recognition?
No.
Okay. Anything else on your end, Mr. Herter?
Nope.
Okay.
So I just would like to conclude and thank the commission for this opportunity to speak with you. I think the main point that we have debated continually the relocation, which we believe was decided appropriately in December, which is why we've spent all that time and money coming back to show you how we intend to accomplish this proposal beyond the concept plan. So we thank you very much, and we're here to answer other questions as you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Who from the public would like to address this application? Yes, sir.
I'm Frederick Whitmer, 26 Ferris Hill Road in New Canaan. And I'm speaking on my behalf, but also as a member of the Historic Review Committee of the town of New Canaan. We voted at an earlier meeting to impose a 90-day delay upon the demolition that was noticed for the Legacy 1913 building. The Legacy 1913 building will not receive any historic designation from either the federal government or the state, because after the demolition that is proposed here, and it is demolition because it's not moving the 1913 building, because once there is the demolition, it's just a building. And it's not the 1913 Legacy building, which has achieved, as my committee has found, the historic and cultural value to the community. We wrote you a letter on November 11th, following a special meeting that the committee had in reviewing the current application as it is constituted before you. And some of the descriptions that I've heard today do not accord with my view of that, but I am not an engineer, I am not an architect, and I am not a historian. There are a lot of things I am not, but what I am is a proponent for what the committee on which I am privileged to serve does, and that is to advocate for the preservation of those historic and culturally important facilities in the town, which are threatened with their demolition. As we said in our letter of November 11th, it is obvious that demolition, once done, cannot be undone, no matter what the good intentions of the people who are proposing. I have on many occasions called to mind people that good intentions is the end destination of good intentions has historically been hell. And that is what our committee concluded would be the case if the demolition that is proposed under the current plan were to go forward. Accordingly, I don't think I can say it better than we said it in the penultimate letter, the penultimate paragraph of the letter we wrote on November 11th. We urge this commission to take whatever action and enforce whatever authority it has to delay demolition as to any part of the 1913 Legacy building until after a full exploration of alternatives that do achieve the goals of historic preservation as outlined in the Secretary of Interior's guidelines. That has not happened. The library has told us here today that what some have proposed does not work for the library and its mission. Apparently, its mission does not include the preservation of historic buildings. For example, it is within your commission's authority to engage, as you have done in the past, historic preservation experts, including, without limitation, architects, to advise the town and this commission respecting the Secretary of Interior's guidelines as they affect this application. I think it would be at least a shame, minimally described as a shame, to demolish the 1913 building, for that is what in fact is proposed, and to move a remnant of it and say it is still a historic building. I appreciate and have been before you on a couple of occasions when I was personally involved with respect to the applications, and my respect and admiration for the dedication of this commission is, I hope, equaled by everyone. This is a difficult choice, but I urge the choice is not to approve the application in its current form and to continue to preserve the legacy 1913 building to the maximum extent possible, consistently with the town's guidelines and the chartered purpose that the Historic Review Committee has tried to achieve. Thank you for your time and attention, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Who else would like to address this application? Ms. Young. Ms. Young, and then and Mr. Simpson.
Evening, Penny Young, 52 Indian Rock Road, New Canaan, and proudly a 47-year resident. Please note that I speak tonight as a citizen, not as my role on the town council, though that surely has influenced my positions. My focus is on the exciting new library and the preservation of 1913, the stressed relationship between which has engendered uncomfortable and measurable great division throughout the community, and has sparked my challenge to each of you to look deeply into our decisions and the effects they have and will continue to have on our community. Yes, the library is a standalone entity entitled to craft its own decisions, but I'll stress they are part of the community, a necessary component of our community, dependent upon the support of our governing bodies, upon each taxpayer and our volunteers. The governing bodies have been enormously supportive of the quest for a new library, committing $475,000 to help purchase the South Avenue property, $10 million, a full 25% of the construction costs, over 70 parking spaces in the center school lot, which has relieved the library of expensive underground parking, and even a $7 million line of credit to complete. Though there will be multiple opportunities, no conditions for preservation were placed on any of this financing. Perhaps we allow the excitement of the new library to crowd our sensibilities. And the library is also dependent upon taxpayers to cover well over $2 million annually, representing nearly 75% of their operating costs. So there's an intertwined, inseparable, dependent relationship that exists between the library and the community, and I'd like to think of it as a partnership. Commissioner Goodwin, you said of the library, the 1913 is your history, the library's history, and libraries are retainers of history to help us understand and develop our future. Quite an observation. So I caution we don't lose sight of this mission when we are presented and impressed by colorful renditions of green grass and native plantings. They are but impressive, colorful landscape concepts that can exist in any location. And as you will see from the graphic that I gave you, retaining 1913 allows for a bigger, yes, bigger green, and can be argued a much more functionally supportive location with ample space for the programs the library proposes in the green. It's a concept worth studying. The library and P&Z share a common theme, history. P&Z, you are empowered to protect our town's appearance and history through not only regulations, but guidelines. You have engaged in extensive analysis of this responsibility and developed the impressive, extensively detailed plan of conservation of development and the village district guidelines. The 1913 has been a significant feature in your discussions about character of the town and how it affects us. It received special attention in the development of the village district guidelines, as the original draft placed the southern boundary along Cherry Street, not including the library. But noteworthy is the final approved boundary was moved to encompass all of the historically recognized 1913 library, not just the front half. Hence, I question the role those documents have played in your decisions. You heard in the report presented to you by the Historic Review Committee that the Secretary of Interior standards for preservation, rehabilitation, restoration have not been met. Granted, the ordinance sanction committee is only charged with imposing a 90-day demolition delay, and perhaps the council should revisit this ordinance to give it a little bit more teeth. But their research and your access to a host of impressively credentials professionals should give you pause and trigger a more intensive analysis of your decisions. So you might wonder why I come to you tonight. It's because in many ways I've been involved in all of our town buildings. I co-chaired an extensive analysis of all 56 buildings that the town owns. I co-chair the subcommittee of the council responsible for assuring that those buildings receive sufficient funds for proper maintenance, have served on several Waveney House use and renovation committees. And the one I'm most proud of, I led the concept development, fundraising of $3 million, and later architecturally sensitive additions to the bungalow, better known now as Lepham Community Center. So since 1996, thousands of people have enjoyed the offerings there. And Lapham stands as a prime example of transforming an underutilized building into a valuable community asset while keeping its history alive. So I share your mission to protect our buildings and their history. The thought one of these buildings will be forever altered really hits me hard. Firmly believing in the colloquial proverb that it ain't over till the fat lady sings, I maintain the stage is set for a critical and cautious evaluation of what we do and are about to do more of. It's more than amending setback or height dimensions in order to enable the relocation of one half of the 1913 building. It's about respecting our unique and cherished history. We have a gift of time now that the new library has established its presence in our downtown landscape. And though significant funds still need to be raised, it will be completed. So let's allow ourselves some time to fully digest the impact of these amendments and precedents they may be setting. So let's not make an irreversible mistake like happened when Penn Station was demolished and remnants scar the New York City's storied past. Let's collaborate. Let's open the dialogue for serious considerations to preserve the entire 1913. View the building not as a burden, but a unique opportunity to expand exciting programming options for the library and the whole community, just as we have for years. And with countless buildings, the most important aspect is respecting our history. So let's all be enriched by the harmony that's created as the new building honors the moderns and the esteemed historic 1913 building lives in concert with one another right where they sit right now. So thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts, impassioned as they may be. I've experienced many community issues and must admit none has captured my energy and deep, deep concern as this has and should affect yours as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commission. It's quite hard to follow somebody as articulate as Penny Young. I do hope that her observations are heeded. I come again really to share the concern with the Commission has, which once again, it finds itself backed into a rather uncomfortable corner, as I remember observing at the very first public hearing. And it's really as a result of this planning, and I believe rather flawed design decisions. And I think that from the very beginning, the library project there was a strong sentiment for keeping the building, 1913 building, 1936 addition to it. And there were attempts made to attach it to the new buildings. They didn't work out, and I'm actually glad to see that it didn't. But I think what has emerged is a perfect opportunity to have the two buildings live separately, well spaced apart, but with I think with creativity that could and should have been recognized and accomplished. But at this stage, it's really nothing short of tragic to look back and see how many opportunities to resolve this dilemma seem to have been passed up. Many sensible and practical and financially responsible attractive alternatives to the library's plans have been put forward. They were prepared by numerous very well qualified experts for the benefit of the library and for this commission, and it seemed that they tended to get passed over. In July of 21, on the July 13th, this commission said that the library as applicant indicated a willingness to pursue more fitting preservation of the 1913 building than was presented in its application. Later on in that approval, you said in finding number 11 that the decision that the commission went on to say, the commission believes it's appropriate to see preservation of the 1913 building incorporated into the new building and site design, and the commission believes improved commemoration or preservation of the library can still be achieved. Those are your words, not mine, in your resolution. So regrettably, at that time, the commission did not actually require the applicant to explore and report back to the commission in public with a serious consideration of leaving the 1913 building and its 1936 edition in place, as you could have done. I think it's unfortunate that was not asked of the library at that time. So as a result, we now see a plan which is not a true preservation of this popular building in its historic setting, but a plan for dismembering and transporting less than half of it to an awkward area of the library property, which is tied up against the property line, rendering the back of the building very impractical and therefore creating a very small place between the building and the fencing you were referring to a minute ago, which will be really not only unsuitably uninviting, but I think unsafe, and it's a nightmare for the library to police. There's a good reason for wide setbacks from property lines, and it's for the specific reason of not creating spaces, I think, such as are being proposed at the back of the library. I would add also that some buildings can be moved easily, and I've been a part of the team at moving many buildings in the past, including some with the Centerbrook Architects, I would add. But buildings like this one, 100 years old, or the masonry structure, is extraordinarily complicated and costly to move. Such relocation can sometimes be justified to make room of improved public safety matters like highway expansions. But in this case, the move really seems to make no sense at all, and it appears to be purely for architectural vanity, as confirmed by the chairman of the library when he stated many months ago the reason for wanting this 1913 building out of the way was, and I quote, all about the view. Very few people really want to see this building moved into this location, and this seems that this massively expensive, wasteful plan, which is now looking more and more like a losing proposition. The act of trying to move the building, I think, is going to be a nightmare. And I think it'll be an eyesore in a bad location when it's finished, and it'll be a reminder to the community for many years of the failure of our design and planning process at this crucial stage. Myself, I've been part of countless applications before this commission and others over the last 40 years, and I cannot remember any plans for any project which have been as divisive to the community as those are which been related to this library project. So I attach for your consideration, and I have posted that, my own plan for the area, which is a modified plan from my earlier plan, but I continue to believe could be a sensible, practical, really simple and attractive alternative and vastly less expensive than the plan you have for it. So with that, I ask you to take a look at that plan and see whether or not it isn't something which we could work with the library on a compromise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Ian Hobbs, 255 Main Street. I'm also the chairman of the building committee for the library. And thank you all for everything you do. I know it's a thankless job. Last December, P&Z concluded a thorough process which resulted in a good and fair compromise. The library spent $250,000 plus in good faith on design. I think that all P&Z concerns have been addressed. We are truly excited about keeping the legacy building in a prominent location on the property. I know that a great use is going to be found for the building. And if we don't get an approval and get moving, there will be significant delays, and the costs associated with these delays will be substantial. We've lived up to our end of the agreement. I hope that there will be a vote in favor of our plan this evening, so we can begin lining up the pro work necessary to move the building and complete the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Good evening. My name is Anda Hutchins. I live at 95 Charter Oak Drive. I'm a former board member of the library and have served in many other volunteer capacities during the 25 years that I have lived in New Canaan. I and hundreds of others are discouraged by and disappointed in the attempts of a vocal minority to stymie the completion of a valuable and necessary project that will benefit our entire town. Hundreds of families and individuals have shown their commitment to this project by donating the project that includes a beautiful green by donating millions of dollars towards its completion. The library is already making a significant compromise by taking on the additional burden of preserving and moving the historic portion of the old building, which was not called for in the original plan. We have been responsive to the requests of P&Z and want this plan to proceed as it was approved by you last December. Further delays will be viewed by supporters as allowing the tail to wag the dog. Further delays will also compromise this project from a budget standpoint. The vast majority of donors and the community at large want to see the new library and green be completed as planned, amended, and already approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this project?
Good evening. My name is Alicia Wyckoff. I live at 831 Owen Oak Ridge, and I've been a resident of New Canaan for 25 years. I am the co-chair of the capital campaign for the New Canaan Library. But today I stand here to represent the hundreds of volunteers and donors and the majority of New Canaan who have worked so hard to bring the New Canaan Library to fruition. This includes the 400 people who showed up in support of the New Canaan Library just this past Thursday at the annual literary luncheon. The majority of New Canaan believes the December planning and zoning decision on the location of the legacy building and the green is a wonderful compromise and a tribute to the history of the library. In its approved location, the relocated legacy building is an enhancement to the library programming and to the green. The library has pursued in good faith the direction put forth in December by P&Z, and the building is a functional space that will have many community uses without dividing the green. The green is an essential part of the library campus and an important part of the fabric of our downtown. We're looking forward to welcoming all New Canaanites to the new library and to the new green. Thank you for your time.
Do we have any other speakers in the room?
Okay, thank you very much. This hearing's closed.
Oh,
Oh,
Maria?
okay.
I figure
Engineer
since
Copley, you have to go up there this time. That's a private joke if anybody's been attending 8:30G hearings.
Maria Coppola, town engineer. I figured since I was in the room, I would just clarify that we have an October 18th memo that is out there that still has our comments regarding the recent submission regarding the legacy building that still need to be addressed. So I just want to keep that out there, that there are stormwater management issues that need to be addressed in order to meet our drainage policy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Smith? Thank you. I'd just like to comment on the question with the town engineer, just to the extent that you see fit to approve this, as a condition of approval, we would, like you've often done in the past, say we will come work with and come to an agreement with the town engineer on those plans.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, this hearing's closed. Oh,
Zoom lights.
Sorry.
Zoom land.
check Zoom land, please, Lynn.
Does anyone on Zoom wish to speak? And if you do, could you just raise your yellow icon hand, please? We go Mr. Robinson.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Among others in New Canaan, I paid.
Can you,
close at-
sir, your name and address, please?
Thank you. I'm Charles Robinson, 4 Carter Street. I'm a 25-year resident of New Canaan. Among other New Canaanites, I paid close attention to deliberations of this Planning and Zoning Commission on a number of recent applications, especially including the 830G applications, which number some 3 or maybe going 4 now. I'd like to point out here that it might look hypocritical if the Planning and Zoning Commission voted no consideration whatsoever to the fire safety elements and the public safety elements of putting half of landmark building as close as possible to a building which is in its current state a fuel depot, a car repair facility, and its future state may be an electric car repair facility with lithium ion and other batteries, which present a serious fire safety concern. Again, I would point out, it would seem odd that none of you thus far have devoted any attention whatsoever in comparison to these other applications where that was paramount. In this exact situation. Additionally, this application is, and its hardship is solely and wholly created by the New Canaan Library, Inc. Solely, wholly. You can have half or all of the landmark building that it has presently and is enjoyed and lauded by so many New Canaanites exactly where it is on the opposite side of the screen, enabling more green. Additionally, it might be observed by people who are paying attention that library, New Canaan Library, Inc., can afford none of this. At the present time, it's behind the 8 ball on raising sufficient monies to complete new library building. Before we get to the question of whether they can afford this, I would urge you to stop at this juncture and call this decision a decision to do nothing until more information emerges, more funding emerges, and better consideration of the very same concerns that have been raised in the 830G applications brought to bear here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else, Lynn?
there anyone else? Is there anyone else on Zoom that wishes to speak? It does not look like there is anyone else on.
Okay,
Zoom.
great. This application's closed. Thank you very much. As I announced at the beginning of the evening, items 5, 6, and 7 Hill Street will not be open tonight. So let's move on to 751 Weed Street. So we're moving to regular meeting now. Lynn, do we have Attorney Gelderman on the line?
Yes, I'm here, John.
Okay. Pete, before we go into this, can I ask you a question regarding Hill Street? We're not opening the application because, as I understand it, the applicant did not properly notice the neighbors.
No, not the neighbors. It was you're required when there's a map change to file a legal description of the area being changed with the town clerk 10 days ahead of time.
Okay, so that was the issue then.
Yes.
Okay,
Lynn, correct me if I'm wrong. That's how I understand it.
Yep, that is the issue.
okay, well,
One second. Whoever is using chat, could you please refrain from using chat during the P and Z meeting?
Pete, my question's the following. Lynn advises me that the clock has started on the Hill Street application. And I'm a little surprised because we can't open the application due to a failure of action by the applicant. So why is the clock started?
Because, John, that's statutory. It's simply the date of the next regular meeting after an application is filed that starts the clock. So obviously the applicant can grant certain extensions up to 65 days. He can grant extensions or agree to extensions, but the clock starts automatically once an application is filed. So we don't have a whole lot of control over that.
Okay, even though we did not have proper notice.
Once it's
Yes,
filed, once it's heard.
Even though the map legal description wasn't filed prior to the 10 days prior to tonight's meeting.
Okay. Okay, commissioners, let's move on to 751 Weed.
Want to do the seating?
Oh, yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. So seated for 751 Weed is myself, Mr. Turner, Mr. Ward. I understand you viewed the tapes.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Radman, Mr. Chris, Ms. Nielsen, Mr. Cassavant, Mr. Engel, and Mr. Herring. Okay. And given the legalistic nature of this, embarrassing request, but I'll ask, yeah, thank you, Mr. Connect. Okay. So thoughts on the latest draft? Hopefully everybody had a chance to look at it over the weekend.
This is Commissioner Chris. I reviewed it and the comments that I'd submitted to the planner seem to be incorporated in this, so I'm pleased with that. And the general tone and direction, I have some technical comments, but I think it's certainly heading in the right direction.
Do you want to go ahead with your technical comments?
A couple of questions. I'm on page, I guess it's 3. It's the box. Starts on the bottom of page 2 and then continues to page 3. And the question to reveal my ignorance, there's the proposed development, which is the middle or kind of the third column, and then the transit-oriented multifamily zone. And under the proposed development, the numbers are generally lower than the transit-oriented multifamily zone, which I kind of get. And except for lot width, which is wider. And so I couldn't quite figure out where that was going. So anyone can provide some clarity would be helpful.
It's a minimum lot width.
Minimum.
So.
Of
they-
300
they've
or
exceeded it
360,
with their
okay,
proposal.
as opposed to the lot width. And that would be the same with the rear setback.
Correct.
Okay. On point 1A, Roman numeral 1, letter A. I would suggest when we find that, there we are. Talk about mutual aid. We may want to, it was mentioned at the various meetings we've held that the speed with which mutual aid could appear is not that quick, given the standards. We may want to mention that, since that would be an issue of impairing life and health, that the first responders couldn't get there in time. We may want to add that. It would seem to be important to me anyway. Also,
Mr. Chris, if I can interrupt, so where we have Norwalk, New Canaan, but you're saying which?
Towards the bottom of A, the paragraph A, given travel distances and response time, mutual resources would be challenged to fight a fire and perform rescue operations at building currently proposed. Part of it is that the mutual aid resources could not arrive very quickly.
Right.
Is the point. And I think stating some of the times were quoted and that they are not, they are longer than the times that the National Fire Prevention Association believes are appropriate ones. And so we may want to mention those. It would seem to strengthen the argument.
Oh, what the expected times are?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
That's where I'm going.
Okay,
And so
got it.
mentioning that the expected times in a perfect world would be X, and the times they actually get there, given the current circumstances of travel times from neighboring communities, would be longer than that. That would seem to be an issue we may want to mention.
Doesn't the second sentence of that paragraph identify that? The NFPA recommends 28 personnel responding in 8 minutes.
That's 28 personnel. My sense of this is this was for the town of New Canaan. Now, there is mutual aid issues. I just would suggest that by stating the times and that we can't, the recommended times of mutual aid to appear can't be met would be a separate issue, and it seems to strengthen the argument. So that's what I would suggest could be added. The other point is that it mentions Fire Chief Bassett. It's implied that it's our fire chief. We may want to mention that New Canaan Fire Chief Bassett to identify more clearly. It's just, it's implied, but not that clear, particularly since who is it, Mr. Kingsbury is also fire chief. I'm not sure, it clarifies the situation. I would make that point. In Roman numeral 2, they mention Mr. Thompson, Mr. Bassett, excuse me, Mr. Kingsbury, it was noted his resume was on file, but is not mentioned for some of the other people who are named. To the extent that those resumes and their qualifications are part of the record, we may want to mention those as well, just to be consistent. That would be a point I would make. You also see that in Roman numeral 3. Also in Roman numeral 3, icing is mentioned towards the end. My own sense is that should be strengthened as a comment, particularly, and notice that Elm Street, where there could be icing, is on a hill, which would exacerbate any sort of icing risk. Going downhill with ice is different than being a flat street on ice. And so that may be useful. Also, when the icing is mentioned, we find route number 3. It sort of implies someone said something. They may want to actually cite the person who discussed the icing. It's not really cited on the expert commentary. So I would suggest that would be useful. And number 4, Roman numeral 4, excuse me. The paragraph on there's no provision on administration information, it's runoff. The second paragraph starts with the word "as noted" on page 9. It really is mostly talking about runoff issues. And so I'm wondering whether perhaps that might be best relocated into the stormwater management section. So just a suggestion for consistency. I realize they often talk about other health and safety issues and it's, where do you want to put it? But I would simply put that before the commission. Also on the commentary section, excuse me, at the very end. It mentions, based upon the evidence, health and safety. I'm trying to find it on this one. Here it is. Sorry, I moved ahead a bit. Determine and balancing. It's on
Top of the
one.
last page.
Yeah, sorry, it's bottom of page 9 also. It mentions commission, the first paragraph, third line, the commission finds that the most persuasive and accurate testimony was presented by Andrew Kingsbury, Fire Marshal Payne. This is the first time he's mentioned. And if he's talking about commentary, I would have expected that commentary to have been elsewhere in the fire prevention area. And so the supportive comments that are suggested here under determination and balancing, one, we should identify Fire Marshal Payne as the New Canaan Fire Marshal. And I think whatever comments he had that are supportive would be stated somewhere in quotes would be appropriate in my view. Under Roman numeral 3, under stormwater management, the very end, sorry, it's a nit, but it's a personal pet peeve of mine. The commission finds it should be were willing, not was willing. It's subjunctive case. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Anybody else?
Just following up on the fire department comments under our findings. I had mentioned it during the last meeting in terms of the size of the apparatus required. That's why we're going to mutual aid from Westport, is because they happen to have that size of apparatus. In looking at this, I originally thought maybe sticking it in section A, but it probably goes better in section B under category 1 of fire safety, the design of the building impedes fire safety operations. And noting in there that due to the scale and reach requirements, which are mentioned in here, and I'm just blurting it out, but we can wordsmith it. Scale and reach requirements that we're forced to, and I would like to use the word forced to depend on mutual aid from a remote town of Westport for use of their apparatus to service the building. Does that work, Lynn?
Let's put a.
Yep. In section B, page 5, section B, design of the building impedes fire operations. It talks about Mr. Kingsbury's commentary on vertical clearances and reach ranges and everything. It kind of goes along that same train of thought in terms of how the scale and size of the building is forcing us to use apparatus from a remote town. That's all I had.
Thanks, Dan. Let's hold up for a second. Lynn, did you get Dan's piece? You got it. Okay, and I should have, did you get all of John Chris's input?
I believe we do. About, we wanted to move stuff around.
So you're comfortable, you got all of John Chris's input? Okay, great. Just should have held things up. Okay, who else?
All right, so I'll go for a second. So I gave some comments to Lynn and Pete last week after our last meeting. And if you guys go to the determination and balancing section under fire safety, those bullets there at the end of that paragraph that talk about ways that the project could be improved or changed.
What page are you on, Kristen?
Page 10, we're bottom of page 9, top of page 10. It's a kind of a list of related items that get to what could be changed to improve fire safety. So that largely came from me. And so I guess the question I want to ask the commission is, that's kind of a more detailed style than the other three sections here. Vehicular and pedestrian safety don't have that level of detail, nor does stormwater management or protection of adjacent and nearby properties. I have some proposed bullets for at least 2 out of 3 of those that I'd be willing to share, but if we want to stay more generic, then I don't want to waste anyone's time talking about them.
But are you happy with the bullet points as inserted? Or
Well,
did you
yeah.
want to add?
No, I'm just saying we could do that for the other section. So I'm fine with what's in fire safety, but my question is basically, where do you guys want to go on the level of detail in terms of suggestions for what should be changed? We could just say generically, the overall scale and bulk of the project needs to be reduced, period, end of story. Or you can have 7 bullets that explain exactly what that means. And so I don't want to waste time discussing more bullets if the bullets are not interesting to people.
Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, I'd caution against getting too detailed in the recommendations.
Okay.
I'd keep it more general. You know, talk about scale and massing, talk about fire safety, but without having to get into specifics like, you know, ventilation and detection systems for vehicle trash fires. We don't want to get that granular with it. That's not our role.
Okay.
Those are code compliance issues that they'll have to satisfy, but I think we're looking at the commentary here being more from the higher level of what are the hurdles that this building is currently facing without actually telling them how to solve it.
Okay.
Pete Gelderman, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's the third step of any 830G consideration is whether reasonable changes can be made. I think it sounds to me like all of the issues that have been raised, you know, have kind of the same fix, which is a smaller building, more landscaping. I mean, whether it's fire safety, vehicular, pedestrian, there's a lot of those concerns can be dealt with a smaller scale building, it seems to me. So in terms of putting suggestions in on what can be done after the end of each section, I think that's all that needs to be stated. Again, we're not supposed to redesign the applicants or the application. It's not your job to redesign anything. It's just your job to determine if anything could be done to satisfy or to meet the or you know, assuage the concerns that exist for these public health and safety issues. So if there's something specific that can be done in the case of pedestrian vehicular safety, a sidewalk being built, you know, things of that nature could be inserted there. These aren't conditions of approval. These are simply what changes might be made. Remember, the applicant has the ability to come back in front of the commission rather than take an appeal immediately and come back with modifications. So to the extent the commission lists those things that might help, it gives the applicant the opportunity to see if they can be addressed. They may not be able to be addressed, but and in light of the applicant's unequivocal statement during the public hearing that they're not going to reduce the size of the building. You know, there wasn't, I can't remember all the questions that Krista, I think, asked, but the answer to all of them was no. So to the extent that's been asked and answered, I don't know that it has to be repeated. But if there's something that you feel the applicant can do to solve some of these problems, that's what the bullet points I think that Krista was doing on fire safety. It may not have to be quite as detailed on all the others, but that's the idea behind that, is simply to satisfy the third step of the analysis of an 830G application.
This is Commissioner Chris. If I look at the bullet points under fire safety, I wouldn't want it to imply that if each of these boxes were checked, it would be adequate, because I think some of the issues that we highlight are really very difficult to fix, given the general concept of the structure. And so I don't want to make this a box ticking exercise at
I agree.
all, because if you look at just adequate number of people to fight a fire, being able to get the right equipment in the right place and so forth are fundamental risks in my view. And I even if each of these were done, it would be helpful, but good is not over the goal line. And so I don't want anyone who would read this to think that, oh, well, just do all those things and everything's hunky dory, because I don't think it would be at all. So that's my concern of getting too specific.
Yeah, that's fair.
So then maybe those bullets shouldn't be there. Maybe they should be summarized in a more generic fashion.
That'd be,
Or yes, a more kind of encompassing, obviously, if the building is more accessible to local firefighters, it reduces some of the need potentially for some help from other municipalities. But again, it doesn't mean, it's not intended to mean that if all these things are done, that therefore the project has to be approved, but it's we do have an obligation under the statute to determine if reasonable changes can be made. So again, I mean, I don't know that you have to go into as much detail maybe as these bullet points have, if you're more comfortable being a little more general, but you could say something as simple as reductions in the bulk height of the building may help to reduce at least the impact, or reduce the impact on health and safety that the current application presents. I mean, that's sort of the conclusion when you read through what the problem is. The problems are set forth above, and the fix is basically a smaller building, more access, that kind of thing. So I suppose it's fine to have that be a little bit more generic.
I disagree. I actually think it's a stronger document with your bullets in it. And I would move to keep the bullets, maybe revise them, but I don't think it gives the impression that it's a box ticking exercise at all, but it goes into more specificity is better. In fact, I was looking for the bullet that would address vehicular safety. It talked about, and I found it lost in one of the paragraphs, and I wished it had been pulled out, because we spent time in the last hearing talking about the speed of traffic on Weed Street, and I started to think, well, the applicant went from one egress off the site, 177 parking spaces, one egress. He's accommodated us with a second egress. But when I think of other large scale parking lots in town, like St. Aloysius, for example, I think there are 5 egresses out of the St. Aloysius parking lot. There's 5 ways to get into and out of that parking lot. And we've gone from 1 to 2 and said, oh, and the applicants basically said, problem solved. We're not stacking on Elm Street like we were, because now we're allowing 1 egress onto Weed Street. But he hasn't really addressed the speed of traffic on Weed Street. And I'd like to see that called out with more specificity, the speed of traffic, the hump, there's mention of the hump in there. But what do you do? I started to struggle. What do you do if you're honestly trying to work with the applicant and trying to suggest to him a way to solve this? I can't figure out a way to solve this. I don't think 3 or 4 egresses solve his problem. I know that it might help getting fire safety and other safety vehicles on and off and getting, getting people off the site and on the site and solving his traffic congestion problems during rush hour in the morning. But I don't know that adding curb cuts solves this problem, especially if he adds more curb cuts. How's he going to solve his bio issues, his water management issues? Because he's used every available bit of green space on the property for his water management issues. So he can't add more curb cuts. So I tried to solve this for the applicant, but I just couldn't do it. And I think we ought to be as specific as we can for him.
And remember, the statute says whether there are reasonable changes, not you have to come up with reasonable changes. There may not be any. John, as you said, there may not be any reasonable changes that can be offered. So if there aren't, there aren't.
I absolutely think the applicant could probably put all 177 of those parking spaces deep underground and solve a lot of his water management issues, but I just don't see him doing that. Because that's expensive, putting 177 spots underground.
Well, I
Yeah, it is.
I think what I heard from the commission is that the challenge is that, Pete, I hear you in terms of we have to make recommendations, but the challenge for the commission is that this site is so overloaded
Yes.
that an appropriate project, we talked about number of units last time. Can't remember what we're, exactly that we were talking about counts per acre. But, Pete, the reality is, I think the commission's sense is this project would be, I don't know, a third the size of what's proposed, and you would have to dramatically increase the space to enable safety. So, I think we still have this challenge, and I think this is why some of the commissioners, when we started our deliberations and we talked about, can we suggest an alternative? And I think a lot of the commissioners were uncomfortable with any alternative because the alternative is something that does not look anything like what's been proposed.
That's fair. There may not be a reasonable change to this. Remember, another part of the statute talks about the viability of the project. So if there's no changes, if that's going to impact the viability of the project, then it may not be a reasonable change. So there may not be any reasonable changes that can be made to this project to keep it viable. It may present too many challenges in terms of all of the issues that are present, from fire safety to vehicular to pedestrian to water management, all the things that you've pointed out. There may not be any reasonable change that can be made unless the project is completely and totally redesigned, and that's not your job. So
Is it best to state that as the conclusion, that the commission has sought every possible mitigation and cannot see a path forward given the current design?
I think that's a good thing. If that's the commission's feeling, then yes, I think that should be stated in the resolution, that the commission considered all of those things and determined that the only change that could possibly lead to an approval is a substantial reduction in the size of the building, in the design, in the parking, whatever those issues might be. And that is beyond the scope of the commission's obligations under 830G. If you can't come up, if there are no reasonable changes that keep the project viable, then they don't exist. And stating why that is true, I think, is an appropriate thing to do in the resolution then.
Commissioner Chris, I mean, I don't see how a few tweaks, even though they would be helpful, really solve the fundamental challenges of this project. And a more root and branch redesign of the project is, in my view, what would be necessary to give even a fighting chance of these risks to be addressed. And I think stating that in our resolution would be appropriate, not to deny the fact that there are probably some low-hanging fruit, but it doesn't really change the nature of the challenge that we bring presented with, or the risks that this project would create for the people of New Canaan.
I think that language can absolutely be added to the resolution then, and maybe all of the bullet points get removed in favor of one paragraph at the end of the resolution that talks about that.
But sorry, Krista, go ahead.
No, continue
Just
on that.
Just to be crystal clear, so my interpretation of the commission's view, everybody agrees with that? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
One thing to add, I think I was just thinking about different words that kind of came to mind, and it seems like just the reckless intensity of use seems to be kind of the words that come to mind, because it seems like the intensity of use is so high to be almost reckless in terms of the idea of, okay, you're creating a 3-foot barrier, a 4-foot barrier on the sides, you're putting 177 spots in a 3-acre spot. And, you know, even the 65% coverage from an impervious perspective doesn't actually take into account the real, it accounts for pervious parking spots. So it's not as though it's 65% covered and then, you know, 35% open. It's actually, you know, 85% disrupted or car parked over it. You know, I don't think we can say, hey, a pervious parking spot with a car parked over it is the same as a lot of grass. And so I think that we have to kind of look at that. And then I think by us comparing it to the TMZ or TOM, like I think we make it look better than it is, because if you think I think we should remove that column, because it actually makes it seem like the proposed development's pretty good as compared to that. And I think by having 177 spots against a 100-unit building, considering it transit oriented is kind of silly, because, you know, if it's transit oriented, why does it have 2 spots per apartment? So I mean, arguably they could rent spots off site, like we just saw in the earlier discussion.
Fair point.
I actually think there's regarding the parking, there's a disconnect, because on one hand, to your point, you know, you need to have a lot of parking to accommodate the building. But you're exactly right. But then they're turning around and they're saying, "Oh, this is all about teal, you know, transit oriented development." And therefore, if you go in that direction, you have way too many parking spaces. So
Can't have it both ways.
right.
Mr. Chairman, a point I forgot to mention earlier, if I may, and the findings on 9, just a question for our attorneys. One suggestion. Read it, says on the second sentence, on insert date, applicant applied to the New Canaan Water Pollution Control Authority for an extension from an existing manhole to a new manhole to provide direct sewage disposal to the site. I would think we may want to say direct sanitary sewage disposal, which is already mentioned in the first line, just to be clear, so it's not storm sewer. And I think it's disposal from the site as opposed to bring sewage to the site. So it's a nit, but anyway, on the next one, it's just a question. The WPCA denied the applicant's request on date to extend the sanitary sewer. Again, according to the applicant, I would think that, well, where did the applicant say that? I have to plead ignorance on where the applicant, this is obviously, it seems like a quote of something or a citation.
It is.
Reason for
He said it. It was said in the submission. It was said in front of the WPCA. In fact, it was said to your commission during the 824 process. So it was mentioned several times, but it's on record and it's in writing, as a matter of fact.
Fair enough. And again, the rest of that sentence, municipal sanitary sewer, just to keep the language clear this is a sanitary sewer, not a storm sewer. I would think the attorney would be in agreement with these comments, sir.
He would be.
Thank you.
Okay, let's all stop talking in the third person.
I have one comment. I think the vehicular and pedestrian safety paragraphs are good as far as they go. I would like to see just some reference to preserve it as an issue. The issue of traffic congestion. I think the traffic expert acknowledged that there is congestion on Weed Street today before this project would go forward. Once this project is completed, there will be over 100 new cars located at the facility, since it's 102 units. Presumably, every unit will have a car. And several units or many units may have two. And as has already been mentioned by John, there's one exit from the property, which is onto Weed Street. And most of those cars will probably want to go left because that would be the way to get into town. And if you're going into town to buy goods or to get onto the train station, you're going to take a left and you're going to cross the northbound traffic on Weed Street, which is already a fairly active street. So I think that congestion, increased in congestion, is a safety issue. I mean, you have driver frustration, and I think that it's worth mentioning to preserve it as an issue in the event this matter does get into court and we come to a point where we're preparing briefs, which would go into much more detail. But to have this already as an issue in our resolution, I think would be useful.
And Dick, I understand what you're saying. Traffic congestion volume in and of itself is not a valid interest that needs protecting. Now, to the extent that congestion affects safety and there's what I'll call quantifiable evidence in the record to support that, then it absolutely, traffic safety absolutely is a valid consideration. But there's got to be a direct correlation in the record between that increased traffic and safety. And there may be, I'm not saying there isn't, I'm just saying that's what the difference is. Traffic congestion in and of itself is not a valid reason, increase in traffic, but, and that's been litigated. But again, if there's a correlation between that and safety, and that's in the record, then that's something else.
Well, the record certainly refers to the pedestrian issue of having people coming out of this development, having to walk up the north side of Elm to Weed, then to cross over where there'll be a new crosswalk, already one crosswalk going across Weed. So there certainly is a record of pedestrians relating to the intersection of Weed and Elm. And if the vehicular traffic is increased and the congestion becomes greater at that same intersection, it would seem almost logical that there's a safety issue. More people and more cars create safety.
I don't disagree that it's a logical conclusion. The standard of review on these is kind of tough, but certainly there's nothing wrong with putting that in the resolution. Absolutely nothing wrong with putting it in the resolution. So we can do that.
But Dick, you're linking the congestion to safety.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, Dick's description is a safety issue.
No, I agree.
Okay.
It's enough said. Yeah, we'll put something in.
Okay.
So the other thing I was going to say, so I think I'm fine with going to a more generic single paragraph or paragraph after each of the balancing sections that discusses basically that, the project would have to be completely redesigned in order to not have this reckless intensity of use. I thought that maybe somewhere near there, you might want to mention some of the things, and I'd have to look them up in the record myself, that were specifically asked of the applicant to consider in terms of changing the project, and the applicant's denial or refusal, I guess, to make any of those changes, just to kind of further bolster the case that, we're not just kind of throwing up our hands and saying there's nothing we can do here. We've tried and made some suggestions and they were all dismissed. So I think that should go in there somewhere as well.
So that's not in here. I thought that should definitely be in here. I thought. Okay.
Maybe I missed it.
Fair point.
Pardon me.
I agree.
Yes.
Fair point.
And then just a question, Lynn and Pete, there'll be a separate resolution for the map change in the text amendment? Or is that supposed to be in this resolution?
No, 3 resolutions, one for each. Each application has its own resolution.
Okay. So do we have a draft of the other 2?
Well, no, but the way I think it should work is the reasons that the site plan conforms, the proposed site plan conforms to the proposed regulation. So logically, if the site plan has these problems, the regulations would have the exact same problems. And because it would allow, I mean, you in your box, Krista, you talk in the, box in the resolution, it talked about, the actual proposed and what the regulation provides. But so to the extent this site plan, it may not maximize everything, but it permits the regulations that are proposed would permit this particular site plan to exist. It's not a special permit, it's just as of right. So to the extent that as of right development creates all of these issues, the regulation has the potential also to create all of the same issues. And so, you would basically mirror the reasons that the site plan is being denied in a denial of the proposed regulation, because again, the site plan is drawn up to conform to the regulation. And with respect to the map, if there's no regulation change, then there's no reason to have a map change, because because the regulation that supports the zone, the map change doesn't exist, wouldn't exist. But also the same reasons with respect to the map, because the map references the regulation, the site plan is in accordance with the regulation. So they're all intertwined, but they need, so the reasons that each would be denied are similar, but they need to be separated. So 3 votes, 3 resolutions.
Okay, no, I totally understand that. The only thing I would add is that I believe we're supposed to also look at our POCD when making text changes, text
I think
amendments.
that's the place. Yes, you're right. That's where the text and map changes would a reference to the POCD is appropriate in those cases.
Right, and so that's all I was,
Even-
the only
yeah,
difference
you-
I see is that we would
yeah.
reference things in the
Yeah.
POCD that kind of don't
Yep,
support
yep.
the level of density in that location.
Yeah, it's a reference. Again, it's non-compliance with the POCD is not a reason for denial. but it's something that can certainly be put into the resolutions for the regulation and the map change. Can I ask, before you go any further, what's the plan in terms of a vote? John, do you know what the timing is in terms of having a?
Well, I was hoping for a vote tonight, but in my defense, I put a 10% probability on it. Pete, the plan is hopefully, well, the objective for tonight is to get us 90% there. Okay, so this really should be X of wordsmithing. Let's view this as our, final swing at the ball.
Okay.
Then Pete, then of course, we'll need another draft from Lynn. And then we'll have to call a special meeting because December 1's our drop dead date, right?
Okay, and I'm going to make a suggestion. Once we're finished tonight, Lynn and I can work on modifying the resolutions, and we'll prepare one for each. We'll prepare 3 separate resolutions. What I'm going to suggest to the commission at that point in time is to physically, write into the resolution, if there's any language that you want added or changed, we can make those changes write them in so that we can discuss them at the next meeting and the commission can vote. There can be motions to modify the resolution to add certain things or not, and then we can do it that way. So if everybody has whatever language after they see this next version, any language that they want added specifically, have it written right into the document, bring it with you, and then we go through the resolution and make the changes as we go, if there are any, and then vote on it. So that everything is, maybe some of the changes that are proposed, the majority of the commission doesn't want to adopt. It's the commission's resolution. So it's up to the full commission on how it reads ultimately. It's up to the majority of the commission. So that's what I would suggest doing, so that when we do get together to vote, all of the proposed changes, if any, are spelled out. Each one we can go through and decide deletions, additions, whatever they happen to be. And the commission can decide which ones to adopt, and you have a final resolution. If that makes sense.
I think it does. Everybody comfortable?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any last minute, not last minute, any other things?
Are we waiting for the next draft to send any final comments to Lynn? Is that the idea?
No, I would urge you if you have additional comments at this time, I would urge you to go ahead and send them to Lynn.
Okay.
And are we eliminating bullets or are we amending our bullets?
I think we're eliminating bullets.
Well, I think what I heard was, Lynn and Pete will review the bullets and potentially craft a paragraph.
Right.
Sound good?
Yes. In lieu of the bullets.
Correct.
Nice.
Yes. Okay, ready to move on? Okay, thank you, Pete.
You're welcome.
So John, for a special meeting, you're really looking at probably November 29th or 30th or 31st. I mean, that after Thanksgiving week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dates,
I'm sorry, Lynn, what'd you say?
the first, yeah. 30 days has September.
Is the
April, June, and
first,
November.
is a first,
Thursday.
first is a date we can still vote on. It's the second when we're deemed approved, right? Can we vote on the first?
That's the last day of extensions. I can't hear Lynn.
She said that's the last day of the extension.
65th
Pete.
day from the date of the action was closed is December 1st. It was closed
Well-
on December 27th and 65 days is December 1st.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it could be voted on that day because that's, a decision has to be rendered within 65 days is, so that if that's the 65th day, including all the extensions, then you could have a meeting that day.
Okay.
Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if perhaps we want to give ourselves some wiggle room that we don't do on the last day in case
Yep.
Snowstorm.
or something else occurs, maybe on that Monday or Tuesday. So we have a fudge factor because for a special meeting, as I understand, sir, we have to have at least 24-hour notice.
Mhm.
So that gives us
Mhm.
wiggle room.
Yeah, I agree.
My thought.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Got that?
We could do, and we can also do the meeting via Zoom if that makes it easier.
Right. Okay, super. Okay, let's move on, guys. Thanks again, Pete.
Thank you.
Okay, so as I noted, 51 Main Street, we will not be discussing tonight. So item number 14, deliberation, any possible actions. Item number 2, 127 Middle Ridge. Do I have an approval for, do I have a motion for approval or denial? And I'll note, Mr. Herring, you're seated for Ms. Nielsen on this one.
Right. We have a little bit of discussion on this one, just to.
Sure,
so-
absolutely.
So this was the 2-car
Uh-huh.
yep, that was within the setbacks. It seemed that they hadn't really reached resolution with the neighbors, and it seems that the neighbors consistently protested against the exception. So I think following our precedent, it seemed like the hardship wasn't that significant, and looking at the site plan, the garage was sort of opposite the other garage. It wasn't working that hard to get off the lot line. So I guess I would move to deny at current structure until they come back to us with a more favorable. They didn't seem open to considering a move to it. Well,
I take a little different opinion on it. To be fair, it's inside the setbacks, right? What we heard, and maybe there's a misunderstanding with the neighbors. It's not compliant with the 150-foot rule that we have in our zoning regulations currently for accessory structures, but this is one of many applications that have come before this board that are corner lots that are not compliant with that 150-foot rule, and we've already acknowledged that in the next rewrite of zoning, we're gonna have to revisit that whole regulation because it's a problem. The garage is within setbacks. I don't really see where locating a garage on a property, and we heard from a couple of neighbors, has anything to do with children's safety of being picked up on a bus stop or any of that. That was a bit of a stretch for me.
yeah, so what was, maybe you can clarify, because I didn't quite understand. I saw 45 setbacks, but then he was also speaking about 85 setbacks, and he said. there was
What's
looking-
currently, the current setback from the property line on Middle Ridge is 85 feet to the corner of the furthest most point of the front of the house. The existing house is 85 feet. There are no dimensions noted for the proposed garage relative to either setbacks or property lines. So we see it on the plan, but there's nothing dimensioning it or holding it to a certain dimension. So that's lacking here, and the applicant definitely needs that. I don't think we can approve it without those clear dimensions, right? We require that of everyone. But to force the applicant to satisfy the 150-foot rule would effectively put the garage back, as they put it, back in the existing septic field, which, behind the house, behind the patio, all the way back. I don't think that's a reasonable request. So I think the garage could probably go back a little bit further. Maybe slide over to the corner of the apron, and if you guys are familiar with that part of Hoyt Farm Road, it's planted, but it's not very densely planted. So maybe there could be some screening added to the rear of the garage facing Hoyt Farm Road. But beyond that, I don't see another, you're gonna run into the same compliance issues, even if you were to flip the garage to the other side, to the north side of the property where the driveway comes in off of Middle Ridge. You're still gonna be facing these same hurdles.
I might feel differently. I mean, I asked him, have you do you know how your neighbors feel? And he said, I haven't. And so I think he should welcome the opportunity to have a conversation with his neighbors. And if he moves the garage to an equally non-compliant place, according to the rules, but the neighbors don't object, then it's good for the whole neighborhood. So I just think he needs another month to spend, to talk it over with his neighbors and find out whether this is a screening issue, a location issue. Maybe it's a location that can be moved a little bit to satisfy them. I think he should welcome the opportunity because he hadn't heard from his neighbors and now he gets a chance to work it out with them.
Yeah, I agree with John. I think that, again, we're suffering from lack of drawings. I mean, it's really to his benefit to have more illustrations of what the garage will look like and where it's sited on the piece of property. So I think, this gives him an opportunity to create a couple additional drawings so that it's crystal clear what's being proposed.
So I believe this matter is closed, which means he can't make any revisions or submit anything into the record. So there's no opportunity for that right now.
Well, we can.
Condition.
Well, we can approve with conditions or we can deny and he can come back.
Not without prejudice.
Mhm. I think, Lynn, while everybody's pondering, I think we need to return to the theme of with staff. And my recommendation is perhaps we have somebody on staff who, gets tougher on enforcing requirements of any application brought in front of the commission in terms of adequate drawings. Maybe we just have one of the members of staff, that's their job. Anything that goes on to planning, zone and agenda. Okay, I've given you guys time. I talked for a little bit. So now I need somebody to jump into the cold water with a motion.
I think we already have a motion on the table for Mr. Herring.
I don't
No,
think,
no,
I don't think.
no, he didn't make it- he didn't
I
make a
don't think I made a motion officially, but
What's the reapplication process? Do they have to wait? They could basically reapply for our next meeting, right?
What do you mean?
Well, if we reject.
If
it
we deny.
now, If we denied it, they can reject, they can reapply with with a better set of drawings, right?
Then can we deny without prejudice? Does that? I mean, we talk about that term a lot, but I think in the actual process, I'm not sure.
You could deny it without prejudice. And I think I'd have to go back and check because we haven't had an issue like this in a while. But I think you do put a time limit on how long they can come back for, but it's your time limit. So you could modify that if you felt that the drawings were more appropriate in the revised version.
So we could deny without prejudice and enable them to come back as soon as December 13th.
They'd have to submit by tomorrow to get on December's agenda.
Well, if we.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Herring on this initially. We have somebody who has acquired a property, already has a 3-car garage. I'm quite familiar with the topography over there. Any building you put in there is going to be quite prominent on the site and hasn't taken the time to reach out to neighbors at all. And we do have rules which I suspect if I were the homeowner, I wouldn't expect to get somebody to approve this. I'm disappointed that the technicality does not allow us to say, go back, talk to your neighbors, reopen that. The first person commented about the patio that wasn't going to be moved. There's a lot of reasons that if it were, again, I haven't made a motion here, but I think that Mr. Herring's initial instincts were correct.
I welcome a motion.
Well, in that case, I move that we deny this on the grounds that it is neither sufficiently documented and should be reviewed with the neighbors, and that we deny it without prejudice so that they can reapply with an alternate plan.
I second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Dan Radman. Any further discussion on the motion?
I would also add the condition that they should come back to us with a modified planting plan, screening plan. If they are going to be going into that 150-foot setback criteria, approaching the corner, and given the sparsity of existing landscaping, that might be an element that would help them alleviate the neighbor concerns.
So I'm not sure we can condition a denial, but I think we can certainly make a recommendation.
A recommendation is fine. Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so this is a motion to vote for, a for vote is a denial. John Goodwin, I vote for. Ken Turner,
For.
Dick Ward,
For.
Dan Radman,
For.
John Chris,
For.
Claire Tiscornia,
Or
Arthur Cassavant,
Or
John Engel,
For denial.
Chris Herring.
For.
Okay, great. Okay. The library items, 3 and 4. So as you know, item 3 is to amend the zoning regulations, vis-a-vis the setback and the height. And,
For this one,
pardon me?
who's seated?
Seatings are all the regular members. That's a good question, though. As all regular members, have you all attended the meetings or reviewed the tapes? Okay. And then item 4 is to then amend the site plan. Discussion of the motion or a motion? I mean, discussion of the applications or a motion?
Is it in front of us in paper? No.
This is Commissioner Chris. I'll make the motion to get the conversation going. I would vote in favor of, I propose we approve both motions.
Okay, reasons for approval, Mr. Chris.
The first one regarding height and so forth strikes me as more of a technical change. The movement of the building fairly 15 feet, if memory serves. I don't see how that is changing from where the building would sit if we didn't approve it, is really changing the character and nature of the building much at all, since it's going to be moved. So it's more of a distinction than a difference, though important distinction. But I see this as opening some additional space on the property, which would be of benefit to open space and to the town as far as functionality. Happy to hear what my fellow commissioners say.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, further discussion of the motion.
We had talked about some conditions, possible conditions.
You have thoughts? I welcome them.
Call, I'm drawing a blank right now.
And these would be conditions on the site plan. So some of the conditions that I heard. Floor plan be a condition of approval. That's something that the applicant offered. There was commission,
one-
just, sorry.
I'm sorry, one of the conditions was that the engineer had an outstanding memo.
Oh, that's right.
From Maria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
I agree with that.
This engineering, Marie.
Oh, yes.
An outstanding memo about drainage and
Yep.
and the attorney said,
The-
can you
the-
make that a
those
condition of approval?
Condition, yeah, have to be satisfied.
Yes.
Are we confident that the modifications to the site plan, the containment basins, the rain garden, whatever's needs to be changed isn't going to significantly alter anything on the green or the position of the building?
You mean in terms of stormwater drainage? Addressing Maria's memo, is
Right.
it going to have a trickle down?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, the second or third iteration of stormwater management solutions that they've gone through from the original application, trying to satisfy it just because it's a difficult site.
I agree. I mean, when I've commented that our town engineer will do the right thing stormwater wise, so I have confidence there. And second, the grain garden is being extended, if I understand it. And so it would seem that there is additional facilities for managing runoff are going to be created by the extension of the rain garden. As far as the detail, some of the details and meeting our stormwater rules, again, we have clear rules in this town, and I think our town engineering department is more than capable of doing that. So I would defer to them.
But that wasn't my question. The town engineering department's already weighed in on where the deficiencies are. My question is, are we confident that the applicant and their team, given the site conditions that they have and the components that they're working with, can satisfy the requirements of our engineering department?
Well, I don't think we know that for a fact, but I think that if we
Right,
add some language to the best engineering available ability of the engineer to, solve those problems.
I welcome a condition, hearing a
Yeah.
condition
Yeah.
wording that would address that issue. If you wording that as a condition, Commissioner Redmond, I would welcome it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to
Yeah.
word it.
I mean, I have to believe that there is a solution.
I hope.
I would also suggest as a possible condition, and I would like to hear my fellow commissioners' view on this. I brought this up about the use of the interior space. There's a small storage room, which apparently you have to hatch up to the attic. Okay, I kind of get that. And sort of a handicap toilet, I get that. But the office space kind of didn't quite sit well. I mean, my comment was there should be flex space, that the entire space except for those would be available, would be flexible enough that they could all be used for exhibits or various other functions, as opposed to something very dedicated. And to the extent that could be a condition, I would welcome it.
You would rather see it primarily as a space for the public as opposed to space for offices.
Yes, flexible space that could be used for any number of reasons. I have to assume that when the new library was designed, they baked in enough office space to deal with the office space needs they have. And so the need for additional office space in a separate building, I just had trouble wrapping my mind around. And I think having something that's much more flexible would be appropriate.
Right. And I would agree with that. I think they're thinking in terms of subletting the space, office space to another tenant, not necessarily their use.
Yeah, I have a tough time wrapping it around as far as subleasing it to some accountant who needs the space. Or whatever it's going to be used for. Again, it would be, there may be some office niche there that they would need given other activities occurring in the space, but I would see this as something as a relatively open, flexible space, as open as you can be, with structural integrity needs being taken into account, which were noted. And okay, I'll take them at their word on this one. But there would be open, flexible space so that it could be used for a number of cultural and other library functions.
It would be difficult to write that into a resolution, but I've attempted in bullets, because I like bullets. That the condition.
You didn't like bullets in 751 week.
And no, I'm the one who likes the bullets. I like bullets.
I withdraw my comment.
So it seems to be that the approval would be contingent on the engineers satisfying of the engineer's memo. A set of, and as I read this, the objections of the NCPA, what are the things that they were worried about, and what John Chris was worried about? The floor plan, the engineer memo, the updated drawings, the space being 80% publicly available or 80% cultural, or some portion of which, because it's very difficult to say you must make it flex space. It's hard to
Well, you could
know what
say-
that
you could-
means.
You could say, just say primarily.
Primarily, okay, so you don't have to make 80%, but just primarily public, primarily cultural, primarily. And then finally, the landscape plan, but I think those were the 5 bullets. That they should submit updated floor plans, satisfy the engineer's memo. Satisfy, updated drawings, space primarily cultural, and a landscape plan.
With the usual stuff.
Landscape
Usual.
plan, but specific to the 1913 library. Not the
Yeah,
entire-
just because we had arborvitae and now there's no arborvitae, so
Does that include the fence?
yeah, their landscape plan, whatever it is, they should, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's what they should, the concern from the NCPA was that they haven't given us specificity with regard to the floor plan, the landscape plan, or even how they're moving the building. So what are the 5 points of specificity or 4 points that we require? And they seem to be around landscaping, the use, the floor plan.
They seem to have had very little, if any, discussions with the owner of the gas station, particularly with respect to the fence. And to contemplate a fence that may be a foot away from an existing fence sounds crazy. I mean, I think they need to work that out with the owner of the gas station.
They said they
Well,
were
that
gonna
would
do that.
Make their best efforts
Yeah.
to
Just don't think they're
work
there
with the
yet.
owner.
I mean, I would personally have confidence that they want to get that fixed and having some, to keep the rather ratty fences that there are now is something they would like to address to the extent they can. If I'm the owner of the gas station, if I have a neighbor who wants to put in a really, really, really nice fence at their expense and even take down mine at their expense, I'm probably not going to say no. So I see that as getting sorted out relatively easily is my view. I may be wrong, but I think I'm probably
I
safe.
don't think the fence warrants a condition on the application. I think they'll figure it out.
I would agree with that. I would see that as a separate issue.
Okay, so landscaping, but not the fence. Fence is not part of the landscaping
Yes,
requirement, condition.
I would say so, yes. And landscaping, I just mentioned as usual, as I usually do, of sympathetic native plants that are supportive of pollinators.
Okay, subject to the approval of the planner.
That's fine with me, Mr. Chairman.
Can I just ask a question? I heard the discussion about potential rental of that space. Should we condition this on that less than primarily square footage of office space not being commercially leased?
You know, I don't remember hearing the applicant ever saying they were gonna lease out
I agree with
the
that.
property. That was just speculation on the commission's part.
Fine. I'm fine with that then. That's why I pose it as a question rather than a suggestion. Thank you.
Even today, the library, I call it rent space. So for example, there's a common room that you can rent from them. So it's, you know, a 1-day event. It's not,
So
you know, someone who has an office there for the next 5 years. I don't see this being any different. I don't have any sense the library is intending to do that. But then you got parking and other people. I just don't think that's a problem. I don't think they want. It's my take on it.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, we'll have to vote on these separately. We should vote on amending the zoning regulations first.
Oh, actually, sorry, one more thing.
Yep.
The frescoes
Oh, yeah.
are
The murals.
part of the, that are part of the reading room currently. Sorry, I was just digging, looking for the image. The applicant noted that they would preserve those and reinstate them. Like to make sure that happens.
No comment from the public, please.
That's what the applicant's architect stated this evening.
I think he said they would try.
I'd like them to do more than try.
You want to?
if they're frescoes, they're sort of built into the wall. That's the way I remember it.
Yeah, they are.
From Michelangelo, but
It's not an easy process.
it's hard to move the Sistine Chapel. You can just peel them off.
It's not an easy process, but he also described that they're gonna be gutting these rooms because of hazmat issues. So you're gonna have everything coming off of these walls.
True.
I have murals saved, written as a note after the phrase. And perhaps we should make it a condition and let them come back if they can't qualify that. What I had written was that it is likely that all of the existing walls will be gutted as a result of hazmat and other issues, but the murals will be saved.
Correct.
That's what
I
I
think-
heard.
I think that's the expectation. How they do it, nobody knows, but the expectation of us and the public was that that would be the one remaining thing of the interior of that space. So I agree making it a condition. It's what I think they said they were doing.
Well, it can always be confirmed listening to the tapes. So if you guys want to go in that direction and assuming the tapes confirm it.
Yes.
Who made, Mr. Cruz, you made the motion. You comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that.
Do you want to restate your motion
Go through the.
with whatever?
Well, let me
go
try
through
to,
the, Conditions.
yep. Do you want?
No, you can please.
Okay, so what I heard was, and this, by the way, is on the site plan, not on the reg amendment, okay?
Yes.
So on the site plan, it will be, the floor plan will be used primarily as a public space. Okay,
Yes.
per the applicants, that's what you guys are saying, I think, per the applicant's testimony, the frescoes, is that the right term? Frescoes will be preserved. By the way, the one thing I would recommend is if there's issues with that, I would recommend that they go to the town planner. I'm very allergic to another public hearing.
I would concur with that. There
That's
may be
fair.
technical issues that you only find out when you have hazmat issues. And it could be, it's best to spilled into it that becomes problematic.
Encapsulate.
Subject to the submission of a revised landscape plan to the town planner. And subject to the resolution of drainage recommendations with the town engineer.
On the landscape plan, Mr. Chairman, I would include pollinator friendly native plants.
Okay.
That would be part of the landscape plan.
Okay.
I have to say it.
Did I get them all?
You did.
Those are all the
Yes.
ones we discussed. The only other one I found,
That was it.
The town resolution of the town engineers drainage commentary.
And I have one question for you. So if the frescoes or murals can't be preserved and they're coming back to the town planner, do you want me to bring it back to you guys administratively for you to decide? If you want to
You'll
take it
make,
forward?
you will. Well, yeah.
Administrative. yeah.
I'm okay with the town planner making the call, and which I would expect as a call on very technical issues on the capacity to preserve, given
We can also give the town planner the option to come to the commission.
it's
I mean,
fine with me, Mr.
I'd rather
Chairman.
come to the commission.
Okay,
I think
technically, Mr.
administrative
Chris
is
is
fine.
making the motion. What's the commission's? I know. I've said it a
This is
few
on the
times
site plan.
already.
This is a site plan discussion.
condition that they be preserved, and if that's not happening, they have to come back to her and possibly us.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Taking it back to the.
so they'll
commission
come back, Lynn, they'll come back to
On
the
an
commission.
administrative basis.
No, this just has to do with the fresco / murals. So they'll come to you, you'll bring it to the commission in regular meeting mode.
Okay,
Okay,
so administrative at some point.
Right.
Not a problem.
with the commission. Yeah, no public hearings.
Can I clarify a point? which you probably won't want me to say, but I assume that we are beyond any discussion or thought as to the moving legacy building from existing location to this, to the gas station location, that's history and a closed issue.
Well, I think that's where the commission's going right now.
But I mean, legally, I don't know that we could go back on what we said last December.
Yes.
It's already happened.
I think that ship may
And
have
I
sailed.
defer to Pete on that, but I don't know that we can just totally change course now.
It's also really not fair to the applicant.
Okay.
You know, where we've been
But some
going
of the
down
things that were said, where they're reducing the size of the green, it's sort of, I don't know. I guess I don't know why they're so anxious to move that building. I mean, there seem to be so many reasons why it probably cost green size. Stay.
They're
but-
increasing the green.
That's,
That's not from the applicant.
That's not the.
no, I know it's not, but is it wrong?
Yeah, because
I assumed it was.
so here's the
No
green.
comments from the public, please. You can pollute this decision.
All right, I guess
Mr. Smith? No comments from the public, please.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
Okay, I knew you wouldn't want to hear that comment, so I guess.
I think
No, we're willing to hear every comment.
Yeah,
I think it's necessary for you to make that comment because there's plenty of people out there in Zoom land who are wondering, why are we not talking about something that has obviously been bandied about for so long? And I think it's what Mr. Hobbs said when he took the microphone, where he said, this compromise was forged. We embraced the compromise. We have met the letter and spirit of the compromise. And that's the library's position right there. You have given us our conditions. And while I doubted a month ago that they, had a plan for its use and, it seemed like it was going to be storage and I was starting to get nervous, I think they've answered all those questions by this point to meet the letter and spirit of the compromise.
Also, Mr. Chairman, I think the resolution is drafted with the various conditions of open space, flex space, open to the public. Landscaping, preservation of the murals are addressing many, not all, of the preservation issues. And so again, this decision in and of itself is a bit of a compromise.
Yeah, and look, this decision is the regulation amendment they had to come back with, but it was based upon a previous decision we made allowing them to move a certain portion of the 1913 library to where they're putting it. So that.
Well, that's my
drove-
point. It sounds like we are beyond.
Right. And I mean, I'll say
I mean,
this
that's my view, but
for the record. I don't, I mean,
the public, just real quick, sorry
ahead.
to interrupt, the members of the public made the argument that it wasn't too late for us. I respectfully disagree, but you guys are, to Mr. Engel's point, he's right. You guys are in, or Mr. Radman's point, you are independent commissioners. So, but sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, given other applications we've had before us with a historic nature, I'm not sure I would make the same decision today that I made back in December, last July, or whenever we made the decision to have them come back with this. I think I've learned a lot about historic preservation in the meantime, and so I don't think. I'm just saying that what we're doing on other applications, I don't think is necessarily contrary. We may have made a different decision, but this is the path we're on with this project, and I think we have to keep going down it. I don't think it would be fair to change our position at this point.
And just for the record, I know there's been. What's the word you used? Chatter. There's been chatter about our acceptance or our reluctance of the library project. I think everyone on this commission is in full support of the new library building. None of us oppose the library building. It's trying to deal with the partial preservation of the 1913 and the apparent and ongoing reluctance of the library to even admit that it was, the whole design is structured around convenience and cost of leaving the existing library in place until the new one's built and then scraping the ground. There could have been many other options and opportunities that just weren't taken, but that's water under the bridge. They decided not to go that route. And here we are. We're demolishing and relocating what's left. So, and I agree. I think all of us as a commission as a whole could have been a lot more firm on our position of historic preservation a year and a half ago.
Well, I'm gonna disagree with a little bit. I've been doing my homework on preservation too, and preservation does not have to be in situ. There's a lot of preservation architects who will say that. So I don't think it's clear cut. I also think there were some realities that entered into the situation before this landed in front of us. And I'm still asking myself why our friends and other public bodies who were controlling the funding did not, it was sort of like, well, let's give it to P and Z.
Yep.
Gonna do that a
And
lot.
they gave it to P and Z and all of a sudden, well, they're yelling at P and Z. Well, if you're yelling at P and Z, why didn't you make the decision? And one of the things I don't understand is I think we still have town body people on the board of the library. So, if there's a different route to be taken, our publicly elected officials can take it. Sorry.
It's fair. It not just fell on P and Z, it fell on the selectmen and the town council and P and Z were all part of this decision. It was a collective decision.
Town council wrote a big check.
Well, I would recommend they rethink it, but the recommendation is something that they don't have to follow.
Okay. I think I still have a motion on the table.
Yes, sir.
We'll start with the regulation amendment. So for the regulation amendment, Mr. Chris, you moved it. Did we have a second?
I second.
Okay, Ms. Discornia seconded it. I need additional reasons on why it is consistent with the plan of conservation development.
I would see this as being helpful in preserving the remaining 1913 building on site. And also assisting in maintaining larger open space on the library site, which would provide benefits to the town.
And in that same vein, also, do you believe it attains your comments, it helps it attain the purposes of the regulations and protects public health, safety, welfare, and property values?
Yes, in particular, welfare and property values.
Okay. And Lynn, what do you recommend for an effective date?
How about December, December 19th?
Mr. Chris?
It's fine with me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, I call the question. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner?
Yes.
Dick Ward?
Reluctant, yes.
Dan Radman?
Very reluctantly, yes.
John Chris?
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia?
Yes.
Krista Nielsen?
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant?
Yes.
John Engel?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chris also made a motion to approve, to amend the site plan. Ms. Discornia also seconded that. I call the question. John Goodwin, I vote yes. Ken Turner?
Yes.
Dick Ward?
Reluctant, yes.
Dan Radman?
Very reluctantly, yes.
John Chris?
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia?
Yes.
Krista Nielsen?
Yes.
Arthur Cassavant?
Yes.
John Engel?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, item number 15. Lynn, I have not seen the 2023 meeting schedule. It
was emailed.
Did anybody get a chance to look at this? Because historically, yeah, historically, we've had dates which weren't great dates, so I
summer
learned.
dates or Thanksgiving dates. or-
Yeah,
Right, right.
I looked at it and I thought it was okay. I think the August date could be the first day of, or the second day of school, but that doesn't give me any heartburn.
There was an alternative date in,
In November, there were
November, I
some
believe.
options,
yeah, there's like three.
like,
I didn't get that.
was
November
attached to the
14.
planner's memo and the agenda that came out.
well, you're suggesting a date choice?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of choices.
Jan 24 sounds fine. I'll just read through the dates real quick. Anybody tell me if something doesn't sound right. Jan 24, that sounds fine. Feb 28. March 28th, no holidays. April 25th.
Mhm.
May 23rd,
When's Memorial Day?
29th.
29th, okay.
June 27, the 4th is still a week following.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I'm not there
November.
yet, Lynn. July 25th.
Mhm.
August 29th. How's that vis-a-vis Labor Day? Anybody know?
Labor Day's the 4th.
Oh, it is?
Mhm.
Labor Day's earlier.
September 4th.
No, September 4th.
Oh, the fourth.
September
What you said before, I'm sorry.
It's a week away, so.
Okay. September 26th, October 24th. And then Lynn is suggesting November 14th. We could do the 21st or the 28th. Does
When's
anybody?
Thanksgiving?
I'm assuming that 21st is the week of Thanksgiving,
is.
so that's
Yeah,
probably.
We don't want to do that.
Exactly.
Thanksgiving is on the 23rd.
No, but Lynn, we're already in November. You don't have to do it, just. So the week of the 21st is Thanksgiving, so we're not gonna do that.
Good.
So you guys want to do the meeting the week before, or the week after?
Before.
Before.
I do before.
14th.
The 14th.
Okay, so Lynn, we're sticking with the 14th. December organizational meeting, December 19th. Okay. Okay, so we're
You add
good.
7 days to that, you're hitting up against Christmas, so.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to be doing.
Don't-
it. Yeah, no.
26th.
That's that's
Okay,
after
do I have a
Christmas.
motion for approval or denial of the 2023 meeting schedule?
I move we approve.
Second.
Okay, everybody raise their hand, vote aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Super.
Always subject to change.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, approval of the minutes for the October 13, October 21, October 24, October 25. Any changes? Okay, do I have a motion to approve all of those minutes?
I'll move to approve all the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, everybody raise their hands. Aye, super.
Do I have to recuse myself from the meeting I didn't attend?
Yes.
Yes. So,
Okay.
And do I have to recuse myself from a meeting I didn't attend, but I then watched?
What, Art?
I did watch the video. So I can then approve the minutes, okay?
Okay.
Yep. Then that'd be the same for me for the 13th.
No, he didn't read. He watched the presentation, so he's okay.
Oh,
At the beginning.
This is just for the minutes.
just for ultimate, I guess technically.
Is there any other way?
I was
They
thinking.
said
I
at
don't
that
think
time
there's a
about
way.
their cell, he shouldn't. Been put on, but anyway, that's.
Oh, yeah, Dick, you had to recuse yourself for the cell phone meeting because you recused yourself.
Oh, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ken caught you on that one. Okay, discussion of the draft RFP for the P O C D. Has anybody had an opportunity to look at it? Lynn, what's our? Can you pull the mic closer to you, please, Lynn?
So I want to have a brief conversation about the RFP for the POCD because it keeps getting pushed because there's so many other larger applications that keep coming in. And for a while, we were really short-staffed. So this is a rough draft of what we're going to put out there. Some big questions that I have for the commission is how does there's some statutory requirements that we're required to put in there. But does the commission want to look at all of New Canaan, or do we want to look at specifically downtown, specifically like a ring around an area that we want to focus on, and then sort of make some casual looks that sort of check the boxes for the state at the rest of the community?
Well, I would, I mean, I think we would all, we're not excluding anything, but I would be surprised if we didn't all agree that downtown continues to be a major focus.
It does, but I think we have to take a holistic view, especially with the mid-century moderns as part of the mix. And keep that as part of the P O C D initiative. I would also add, you know, in the third or fourth paragraph down here, over the last 10 years, issues that have become a high priority. I think we can all agree after tonight, historic preservation should be a bullet item on there.
Okay.
And perhaps the historic district in particular, given the sensitivity of 51 Main Street application, you know, calling to attention how small it is, how important it is, et cetera. So mid-century modern specifically, historic district specifically, but historic preservation generally.
Right.
Protection of the natural environment. I would actually even call out maybe water management as a result of these last few public hearings. We've been talking about wetlands more than ever and stormwater runoff more than ever. So, you know, it probably deserves its own paragraph. Water management.
And I think as a commission, we've agreed that affordable housing needs to continue to be a priority. And as Lynn put it here, it's not just the 830G definition by the state, but also including workforce and senior. Yes.
So does the way it works is that they write the principles into the POCD, then there's an implementation document, the last time we did this,
Right.
following the POCD. And then we look at our regulations and see if they match the implementation. So if they make a statement about workforce.
Well, actually reviewing the regulations is frequently in the implementation element.
Okay.
So like an element within the implementation book will be, you know, review the regulations for affordable housing or, you know, whatever.
And happens concurrently.
With the timeline, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Lynn, on the RFP, oftentimes, I've been involved in a few RFPs. You know, we add the statement that for the potential candidates to add any more additional information as far as their approach and how they would expand on the scope and the reasons why. Sometimes when we, you know, do RFPs, we leave out opportunities to go deeper and more thorough.
Well, I guess that begs the question, is this an RFP or is this an RFQ? Because I mean, with the request for proposals, you're asking professional services firm to tell you what they would do versus with a request for qualifications, you're saying, here's what I want done. Are you qualified to come in and do the work?
RFP.
Need an RFP at the end of the day because we need to get proposals in and look at them. We could pose questions. I mean, at the end of the day, if we get 5 proposals, you guys could be the reviewers of them if you choose, and you could ask the same set questions, or we can make a subcommittee that's reviewing them. So, I mean, that's a little further down the road.
I also wanted to get your reaction. I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but Krista, myself, and Lynn have been having a discussion where what type of entity do we want to do it? And meaning, you know, specifically, we've all been pleased with Glenn Chowder because he knows New Canaan so well. He's done the prior 2 POCDs. But then the question was raised, I think it's a very good one by Krista, which is, should we potentially consider a firm that would work with Glenn but has greater resources? I mean, how would you I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I mean, so my experience in doing planning other places is that you, depending on your budget, if you have the budget to do it, you hire someone that's got maybe more regional, statewide, even national experience, and then you have them partner with somebody who really knows the local area so that you get both sort of a bigger perspective of where planning is heading or shifting or, you know, what's happening in other places, which I think is always useful, combined with the on the ground experience of this is how New Canaan has done it. This is what's worked in the past. This is why we never tried that thing that you're telling us we should try, you know, that type of thing. And to have that interplay back and forth can be useful, again, if you can afford it.
Yeah, you know, we did that last time around with the P O C D. You know, I think Glenn teamed up with a couple of people. It wasn't, I think so.
Dan, do you remember that?
Don't.
You're thinking of some of the studies we've done of areas of town. I think the P O C D.
Oh, yes,
was-
yes, yeah.
Cataloging of parts of town.
Biddy, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
No,
but we
Glenn
could
did it
do in our,
himself.
Yeah.
did he? Okay.
think so.
Well, we could have a qualification in the beginning of the RFP that just says, you know, we encourage teaming and to bring diversity into the team so that they have the depth and ability to look at a global scale or, you know, something to that effect.
I think that given the challenges we will continue to face on affordable housing, we need somebody with expertise, which includes Hartford. A separate topic, which I hear frequently in our meetings and deliberations, is in fact the processes that lead stuff getting to us within the town structure, which is probably not a component of POCD, but is important. I think the notion of budget here has got to be laid out very clearly for the town council. If we don't adequately resource this, we will continue to have enormous issues with enormous fiscal implications for the town. So, you know, I think that we need to be very clear about the need to get resources, not with local expertise, but with both local and statewide expertise. And budget be damned, because if we don't do this right, the implications are really significant. Certainly, this is the first overlay where we're going to have affordable housing. We are going to have historic district. We are going to have urbanization. We're going to have Tom Z, as it's proposed in Hartford, become an even bigger issue. And we need that sort of resource to attract talented people.
Well, I would also want that if there are two folks that they get along, someone's got to be in charge. If they get up some fight, it's not going to do us any good.
Expertise clearly goes beyond New Canaan. I mean,
True.
it probably goes beyond Connecticut. I mean, he's.
Agreed, but also, you know, fast forward 10 years beyond this, who knows where Glenn Childers is going to be? So this is sort of a rent to own too, you know, try someone out that maybe the next time they'll be the primary and they can get to know us a little bit. We can get to see them a little bit and try them out. And so you always have to think about the next inning and so forth. This would be an opportunity to get to know someone, have them get to know us, and see whether in fact that becomes the choice in 2034.
We don't even know if Glenn Childers is going to bid on it until Art Cassavant said budget be damned.
Glenn is interested.
Oh, well, especially since Art just said budget be damned. I think he said budget be damned.
I think I did. And
This is New Canaan, right? Only the best.
I apologize for my intransigence here, but the bigger issue will be, as we do the work on the Affordable Commission side by side here, are we going to be going to the town council looking for substantial capital outlays in the future? And that cannot be removed from the concept of the POCD.
Yeah. Yep. No, I think, and I've said this before, and I think assuming the Affordable Housing Committee goes forward as our committee Art recommended, it's going to be very, very closely entwined with what planning and zoning does. And Art, you'll remember that as part of our recommendation for the Affordable Housing Committee, we're recommending including a consulting capability to that Affordable Housing Committee, i.e., you know, identifying the type of expert that you're talking about.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the idea of bringing in a fresh outlook, not to say we don't want to have the local expertise. And I really like what Art said about the intersection of the budget, because you just look at what the legal bills will be if we're not investing in the framework that can support strong decisions. I think, you know, a muddled decision or a vagary is going to cost, you know, hundreds of hours of legal time. So I'd rather see us kind of invest upfront with clear direction. And honestly, I like the idea of someone who's, you know, nationally aware, because I feel like legal precedent is not just local, it's probably national. So having someone that has a legal perspective on how affordable housing is going down in Washington, even, as well as honestly, like resiliency planning, like we luckily haven't been hit by storms that, aside from Sandy back in 2012, that have hit our infrastructure. But you know, things like that sort of focus on how we can invest in the town, it's I think really strong, and they're nationally ranked organizations that think about that with a fresh set of eyes.
Another thing I think about is, you know, you remember since we've been overwhelmed, we effectively have not been running the P and Z subcommittee, and I think this is an opportunity to effectively get that up and going again in the close of the POCD process. And, you know, some of the things I think we talked about is, one is reviewing the regulations, reviewing/updating the regulations. 2 is reviewing our zoning map, primarily the downtown area, because it does, you know, I like to use the term, looks like the map of the Philippines, right? So, you know, I think that's another important component, really thinking about, are we zoning down, not exactly downtown, but the general area, you know, are we zoning it the right way for the right motivations?
That includes the multifamily zone. We've talked about that, revisiting that. You know,
And
I agree.
At what forum and at what point do you think would be good to discuss the sort of the infrastructure fund that I emailed you and Lynn about? What I had suggested with all of these new applications, whether it be an 830G or just a higher density housing application coming to the town. It's stressing all levels in terms of infrastructure, whether it be schools or the roads or the police or the fire. And what I proposed was instituting effectively a tax on any property that is looking for a special permit or a modification of the existing zoning. For example, if they're in a 1 acre zone and they're looking to put 30 units in a 1 acre zone, and looking for special leniency, whether by 830G or by special permit or by whatever means, it's outside of our currently zoned regulations. There should be a tax instituted on that on a per unit basis. So if you're going to put 30 units on a 1 acre zone, you're going to be taxed on 29 of those units, whatever that number is. But all of that, just like we do for our parking fund, which has been sitting somewhere going to the eventual Locust Avenue parking lot, it should go into a town fund that would help reinforce or hire new, firefighters, policemen, expand the schools, repair roads, whatever it might be, rather than increasing our mill rates and our tax rates to accommodate it. Why should we be burdened with that? If a developer is looking to inject additional density into the town, there has to be reimbursement to the town for the impact that it's going to have.
I love that point, Dan, because I feel like you have, like, for example, if we were to lose power, it's not just losing power to 20,000, now it's losing power to 21,000.
Right.
And maybe that means we should run power underground from the Merritt to the center of town, or like these kind of like planning elements that cost a lot.
Yeah, I'd rather us and the town be more forward thinking on the implications of this kind of increased density rather than being reactive later.
Maybe therefore, it's relevant to this document in that we have a paragraph where we say we would like to be as part of the P O C D, some recommendations on how the Board of Finance and Town Council can perhaps address some of these initiatives with us in terms of putting a financial structure behind it. I mean, right now, they put together a land acquisition fund, right, independent of us. And meanwhile, we're the land use body and they make a land acquisition fund and maybe, or they fund it, maybe they don't, so it would be great if in the POCD, we three bodies sort of came together, and said, we think as part of the POCD, you ought to come in with some financial structural recommendations in the POCD on how to achieve these objectives. Tax strategies and infrastructure strategies.
So I'd say to Dan's point, I think that's definitely, I mean, the POCD is going to be our brainstorming process for the next 2 years. So Dan's specific idea, absolutely in the POCD. And then to John's point is, and we did this somewhat in the last process, but maybe not as much, is we probably need to incorporate the Board of Selectmen, Town Council, Board of Finance. Scott Hobbs is the
Housing Authority.
Thank you. We need to perhaps incorporate them more into the POCD planning process. I mean, when you were chairman of Town Council, I occasionally tried to get you to talk to P&Z, which you did. And I think that, it always amazes me.
And you never invited me back.
I had you. How many times did you invite me?
How'd you get back here? Oh, that guy.
But it's actually, what's interesting is in the, I don't know, I've been chair for, 5 years, let's call it 5 years. I've spoken to TDAC once. I've never presented town council.
Wow.
Now, that's, it's not about me. The point is maybe we need to think about
More collaboration.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, the library is case in point, right?
Well, I didn't want to go there.
I did. I did.
I already
You
did.
opened the door. I jumped through. That was a very easy condition to put on that $10 million.
Now, I think what Steve Carl might say is, and we've talked about it, so he would say, well, I don't want to put words in Steve's mouth, but I think Steve is chair of town council, and I think when you were chair as well, you guys were careful not to be seen as unduly influencing planning and zoning, and Kevin's here, and I think the Board of Selectmen have, tended to do the same. So there's a fine line, but I do think particularly town council and P&Z, they're going to be more.
We used the word stay in our lane at that time, and the vote was 10-2. So that was a rather emphatic, I mean, people forget that, that.
But and I sorry to interrupt. I'm thinking more of the planning function as opposed to a specific issue. And that's why I had you a couple of times in front of the commissioners. Let's, you're the chair of town council. Let's hear how town council's thinking about different things, because.
I mean, Kevin just walked in. What we're talking about is how do we get involved the financial planning bodies in some of the initiatives of the POCD? Is there a place for the Board of Finance and Town Council in the POCD? And should it be in the RFP? That's where this came from.
Other towns do that.
They do, you said?
Do other towns do that?
Oh, it's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, part of the issue here is other towns, and there are only going to be 6 in the state, are the ones which will primarily have to deal with state mandated affordable housing policy. And we should probably, in fact, reach out to the other planning and zoning commissions in the relevant 5 or 6 towns to determine what they do. I mean, we're sort of operating in a silo here, which is probably an unnecessary silo. We could probably get some best practices from Ken Rogozinski down in Greenwich or the folks down in Darien, because it's going to be impossible for us to do appropriate capital and budgetary planning for the town without integrating functions that are currently in their own lanes.
Well, I mean, the good news is there is an active planner to planner network. Lynn's part of it.
Yep.
And then Kristen and I have been part of this, P and Z, call it chair, sub chairs, communication effort. It's sort of, it's gone a little quieter lately just because everybody's been caught up with issues. So, but no, I agree.
I think, let me just put a real fine point on it. At one point in the past, the town council created a land acquisition fund, and then the Board of Finance did not fund it. And so what we're talking about now, it's on this document that we're gonna have a POCD with an affordable housing component in it, and we can make that plan. But if the town council doesn't identify a fund and the Board of Finance doesn't fund it, then we might be under-resourced. And I think that was the word that we used. And so we three need to be, all four bodies need to be working in concert and put it down probably in writing that we're committed to something over the long term to fund it, to create it and to fund it. And then modify our regulations to support it and allow it. Right now, we don't have regulations that allow it, but we don't feel the urgency perhaps because we don't see anybody anxious to fund it, like cluster housing or workforce housing or whatever it is. Is that what we said? Okay.
Lynn, is that, what I recommend is, we all give this a read and let's get our comments as always back to Lynn. And then Lynn do you have any other specific questions for us on this?
Oh, no, I think I
So,
Are there-
good?
Well, one question, Lynn, for us doing research on this, are there other long-term plans that you've seen as a planner or other kind of gold standards in terms of town plans that you would recommend us review? So we kind of, other communities or other organizations that we should look at?
So we can't really compare, because the POCD is a state mandated document, so we have to look at our community and produce this document with all the relevant topics and subheadings that the state's gonna require. So all of the 169 communities in Connecticut have to do that. So, I mean, I don't know that we're looking at the POCD itself, looking at another organization's planning documents gonna help. It might help with specific topics, I think, or how people organize it. I mean, I think probably looking at other POCDs and how it was organized might be more helpful than just looking at generic.
Chris, one of the things where Chowder's been good is so he's working for a bunch of towns in Connecticut. So I agree with you. I mean, if we were to determine, like, let's say Darien has a really good POCD, then yeah, it would be a good source to go to. But one of the benefits of Chowder is he's worked with all these towns. So, he's seeing best practices, so to speak.
Mhm.
Classic consultant, right? They learn from.
Oh, for sure. I was just thinking.
Well, they glean and working for people and then sell it to other people.
I have one last question. You mentioned about the, wanting to add the subcommittees and some of the other things that we have ambition to do. But I will point out that we just moved our meetings from 7 o'clock to 6 o'clock so that we wouldn't have to do 4-hour meetings. We could get 5 hours and maybe 6-hour meetings. I don't see the workload. So tell me, I haven't been doing this 5 years. You have. The workload's not getting smaller. The workload's been getting bigger and the response has been, let's start the meetings earlier. I don't see it stopping as we move forward because between the Grace Farms kinds of applications and now that 830G applications, I don't see the workload decreasing. Do we have a strategy? Because now what we're doing is we're adding new meetings to the agenda all the time. And I think it's a lot of work for you to try and figure out whether we're adding one more meeting a month, 2 more, is everybody available? There's a lot of stress involved in adding these meetings at the last minute. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think we ought to plan for the fact that the workload is not getting smaller.
Well, I mean, let's be clear. What's really sucked the oxygen out of the room has been the 2 830Gs.
But before that, it was a big big
There's always something that's big. The library has how many? meetings?
Silver Hill before that, St. Luke's, there's always an institution
Institutional creep.
Farms.
doing, you know.
No, but look, I think this has been one of the, and just in terms of us as a commission getting crushed. I've been on the commission since 05 or 07. I can't remember. I think this is probably the worst year.
Mhm.
And I think it's been driven by the 830Gs.
You think that's gonna get better or worse?
Depends if we get a
Depends on the
moratorium.
rate.
Are you gonna win our litigation with the state of Connecticut?
It's that.
I don't want to. So far, there's only been one applicant.
I think the workload's gonna get bigger.
Well, it's
over
gonna
the-
get bigger now with the.
No
POC.
matter what, with or without the 830Gs. It's gonna,
Well, right, and unfortunately, the POCD is a lot of time,
Yeah.
so.
so now we have subcommittee work, POCD work, 830G work, and
Well,
then
the
our regular
the
applicant.
Subcommittee becomes POCD,
CD.
so, but
Don't we have some training that we have to do this year?
We did it last year, I remember.
4 hours of training over the course of the year. Every member of the commission is gonna have to go. So
Should we plan that out so we can
Training.
figure out what training would be most effective and just all?
21,
that's per
29.
Connecticut legislation.
I believe they're gonna have some options, but we can also, I believe, not, but we could, some of our training that we get annually.
But Lynette, we can't hear you.
I believe, but I'm not certain on this, some of the training that we get annually from our council would count towards that training hours.
The other thing, Chris, which actually is good, is, and I don't know why it didn't happen this year, but typically, the land use lawyers, some association
Yeah.
puts together like a Saturday of training. Okay.
ABA.
And it's actually, like, I did it one year, drove up to Westland. And it was half a day.
Yeah.
That's your 4 hours. And I'd say 80% of their content was pretty good. Which I think is pretty high for a conference.
The last one was Zoom, as I remember, was probably 2020.
Yeah, we zoomed it 2 years ago in
Yeah.
November. Yeah.
Well, look, if the new rule is 4 hours, or 4 hours a year, I have every confidence that the land use lawyers are gonna come up with something for everybody, frankly, so
Yeah.
I think that apple's gonna drop.
So
The content's pretty good. I mean,
I'm not disagreeing. I'm sure they're gonna supply this product because they've been doing it.
We should get.
a lot of it's repetition.
True, but
But we
I'm
should
feeling
get-
they're gonna,
should
So-
get credit.
they will do it.
So I have one suggestion for you, one time-saving suggestion that you consider, just please consider taking the pre-application hearings and moving it out of the public meeting. I know why you put it in the public meetings, but consider that we may be able to help coach some of these people on how to make a more successful and succinct application to the full commission if they were able to meet with Lynn and 1 or 2 commission members, like in the old days, to get their questions answered. I know why you did it. Just consider going back to
I
that.
know why I did it.
I know why you did it.
Well, I'll let the commission know is that the problem with these more private pre-application meetings, first of all, technically you have FOIA issues.
Hmm.
Okay, but the bigger issue was we had a couple situations where certain applicants felt that they had been promised things. And then they accused the commission of having made promises to them in a pre-app meeting. And that's why I got very allergic to these meetings.
But for instance, the guy from Middle Ridge Road today would probably have learned in a pre-application hearing, have you talked to your neighbors? That's going to be very important to the commission, and et cetera, and, and we're going to need to see real drawings.
Why do they have to come for
Pre-app.
pre-application for
Yeah,
that?
well-
That's the role of the admin staff
Yeah.
on the planning and zoning side.
Yeah.
When the application comes through, they gotta check the boxes to make sure the application is complete. If not, they push it back and say, no good, come back.
What
I
I
think
see
that- I
was a
think-
failed
Yeah,
hearing
no, I think-
tonight that we didn't have to do as a full commission.
Yeah, I think, and this goes back to what I was saying to you, Lynn, and Lynn, myself and Chris have been talking about this, is that. You know, look, the planning and zoning. The staff department, in my opinion, has been understaffed. I give credit to the first selectman that, you know, he's worked with Lynn and we now have some additional headcount.
Yep.
And I think we need to, my own recommendation is we need, what I said earlier tonight, is we need to use that head count to be a little more, use a technical term, hard ass with applicants to make sure that they're coming through with complete applications.
Absolutely.
I also think we need to deny without prejudice more often.
Okay.
I think just as a learning process, you know, the guy who came in tonight, but there have been many others where we leave it to just, you know, come back to Lynn or make those modifications, put a couple conditions on it. You know, it's a tough lesson to learn for applicants, but the more we're more lenient and accommodating, the more of those applications we're gonna get. Just deny them. Come back in 2 months. Sorry. It's incomplete.
But I think the first stop is to ensure that the zoning office
Yeah,
ensures that
agreed.
applications are ready for prime time.
Agreed.
Right. By the way, since we're talking about this stuff, is something I have been thinking about is speaking of the last Grace request. For their program activities, one recommendation, and I was frustrated because I have recused myself, and actually that hurt the neighbors in that case, because if I was not recused. What I would have said was, and I think a couple of you guys suggested this, is I think what we need to do with Grace, since there are 110 conditions. Is whenever they do come in with something. I think we should all have the 110 conditions with us and just sort of make sure. That, you know, it works with 110 conditions, and I was recused, but if I was sitting here, what I would have said was, let's delay this a month and let's all read the 110 conditions. I think, unfortunately, you know, these institutional uses and creep, as you say, Dick, is I think we've made a lot of progress with so many institutional uses in town. I think, you know, the glass house works relatively well. The Silver Hill, you know, credit to those neighbors and the administration there is, I think they've largely, you know, worked out an agreement. We're not there with Grace. I mean, Grace is still, you know, at odds with their neighbors. And so I think that's one where, you know, we just want to be a little more careful. I'm not saying be bureaucratic or more tough. I'm just saying, you know, we need to refer back to those conditions. So.
Okay.
Okay, meeting's adjourned.
Meeting adjourned.